Hello. Hi everyone, can you hear me now? Oh yes, finally guys. Hello there. I was talking for last few minutes all alone and you could hear nothing. But never mind, the games have begun and there you go. Duda has just opened up with c4 and normally Pragg, who makes very quick opening moves today, he is taking some bit of time. Whereas if we go to Gukesh's game, Alireza versus Gukesh, so many moves have happened. Let's quickly go to the board. And before that, I would also love to let you know about the rankings, guys. As of now, we have three joint leaders. We have MVL, Praggnanandhaa, and Caruana on 3 out of 5. Then we have 4 players on 2.5 with Deac, Firouzja, Wesley, and Aronian. And then we have 3 more players on 2 who are Nodirbek, Duda, and Gukesh. So that's how the tournament is going. It's a very tough tournament because you don't have any one player who is having the worst tournament. It's like, everybody is pretty close to each other in terms of points. So today's तो definitely Alireza versus Gukesh is a crazy matchup. ये game तो छोड़ेंगे नहीं. And Pragg being the leader with the black pieces, now taking a bit of time in the opening. Let's quickly go to the board and see what's happening there. Hello all. I also mentioned that yesterday was a rest day. Hope it was all good for all of you guys. I went to the summer camp and it was amazing. I'll share more about it later. But for now, c4 played by Duda, knight f6 by Pragg, knight c3, c5, and we have knight f3. Maybe Pragg goes e6 and d4 and we might... Okay, now also d4 if he goes, then we have some structure like this which could later convert into Meroxy-bind structure with e4, c4 and these kind of things. But I don't think Duda will go d4, he'll go g3. Going to Gukesh's game. Oops, I didn't change the camera. Okay, going to Gukesh's game, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5. Guys, we have the Rai Lopez on the board. And I also like that in the chat today, everyone is excited saying that go, 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 Guki. And also Gukesh will cook Alireza today. Gukesh will crush today. Aaj to what energy, guys. What positive energy over here. It's amazing that you're all in great mood. So yeah, bars I have to update now that the game has begun. Before the game I cannot update because it's not yet ready, but once the game begins you guys are there to remind me very quickly, and so I'm able to remember. Just a moment and there you go. 3 2 1, let's go. Yes, so Italian. Array, guys. Good, good. That's what I was waiting for, that you're all hearing me. कि क्या चल रहा है, मैं क्या बोल रही हूँ. Beloglavi was a very quick one. Srinand. It's not Rai Lopez, it is Italian. C3 has been played. Knight f6 over here by Guki. Very standard this thing opening. D3 and over here a6 is played. Bishop g5. Okay, bishop g5 is pretty early. In fact, short castle is the main move. Also bishop b3, also knight bd2. These are all the very common moves. In fact, a4 also. But bishop g5 has been played in very few games. And who are the top players? Caruana has played against Pragg, Navarra against Pragg. So, yeah. Okay, quite few games. Bishop g5, early one. d6 has been played. Knight bd2 and now Gukesh goes bishop a7. Normally if you have an early bishop g5, sometimes it allows the h6 g5 quickly because there is no this short castle. So this knight g5 sack is not easy. But over here we will see that he's gone bishop a7, still waiting to castle. Gukesh is still waiting. And yeah, Alireza is saying basically I don't want to go into the absolute main lines of Italian which you would have prepared quite a lot in World Championship. Let me do a slight deviation there and it's fine. Guys, bars are updated right now. If you look at it, let's go to, oh, he goes a4. Alireza goes a4 and I am expecting h6 from Gukesh and next move g5. Because you see, yahan pe if you go g5, if knight g5, hg5, bishop g5. Now, without castle, the problem is, yes, white does want to go queen f3 and this is a deadly threat, but there is no time because of a very, very simple move by black. And what's that simple move? Black to play, guys. Your first question for the day. Let's go. Chat chess moves. Your first question. Black to play. What is the best defensive move over here? Guys, bars update ho gaya hai. Awesome. We've already got Jojo, Ayan, Srinath, Sugunsan, Kim, Vaibhav, Priyanshu, Aryan, Saujanya, and Josh. And more people are answering. I'm so proud of you guys. Rook g8. You are actually attacking the g5 bishop and stopping your opponent from playing his threat of queen f3. So rook g8 and this bishop has to decide if h4, defending this with the idea of queen f3, then black is not worried. He can simply develop his queen, and for queen f3 he can simply go rook g6 defending this. You don't have time for, wait a second, h5, rook g5, h6. Yeah, there's always knight h7 if at all you need. So though it won't be needed, just this is the line I was checking because you want to block it with the knight and you are a piece up. So that's what I wanted to show you, that when black has not short castled, then h6 g5 will come early for the bishop, and Alireza is aware of that. In fact, he's provoking it. But what Gukesh says is, okay, I know you want this, you're prepared, I am going knight e7. And we have seen Gukesh making this move, Pragg making this move, such an idea very commonly. In fact, here he has said that you can capture my knight. And I am completely okay with this double pawns, this structure over here. Guys, why is Gukesh okay with such a structure? What do you think? What do you think? What is bishop f7 over here? Bishop f7. Are you talking over here or earlier? I'm not sure. Open file. So one thing which the chat wants is you get an open file, okay, instead of the double pawn. Yes, so basically what black is saying that you have developed, you have captured you've given your bishop. I have a beautiful bishop over here. I have a beautiful file over here. And with rook g8, you better be careful with these ideas because bishop h3 is something you'll have to be careful. My knight is going to jump on the dark squares. And once again the g2 bhaiya on the open file. And important is I have long castle ideas. So all of this, Gukesh likes this position and he has provoked white to capture his knight and spoil his pawn structure. He's ready for the imbalance right from the opening. So knight e7 has been played and Alireza maybe will have to give it a thought over here. Does he want to capture? Does he want to maintain the structure and simply, let's say, go short castle? But then the knight has transferred itself to g6 and then threatening h6 because this square has been taken away. So very interesting line in the opening. It's kind of a slight deviation, but both the sides seem to be having some ideas and now they have to work it out over here. Like recipe to pata hai, but pehle kya dalu? Namak ya tikha? That's what is being thought of. We will now go to Pragg's game and see what's going on over there. Yep. There you have Praggnanandhaa, who is leading the tournament. C4, knight f6, knight c3, c5, and we saw this, right? G3. G3 was played. So Duda did not go for the central break d4, and that's why Pragg is saying ki I will go for the central break of d5. And of course, bishop pair, guys. Very right, Josh, in that position. Sagar Shah is at the summer camp at Phoenix Market City. Guys, today is the penultimate day. Tomorrow the summer camp ends. It will be the last day. So all of those who are in and around Mumbai, do go and visit it. Yesterday was a rest day and I visited it, and it was amazing to see so many people solving seriously. So very cool. I think a very amazing environment if you want to improve chess, but if you also want to have fun with chess. So d5 has been played over here by Pragg. He challenges the center. D takes, bishop g2 has been played. And now he goes knight c7. Duda goes a3. And it's possible that, we would be looking at a reverse Meroxybide structure from the black side. So it's a very common structure over here, and very cool that we are having a proper theoretical battle over here. But Pragg, who until now, in the first 5 rounds, he has been having a very solid preparation. He's always making his opponent think in the opening, and normally gets this 20-minute gap at least, time gap at least. Like Pragg always lands up with more time than his opponent. But today he's in a little bit of a different mood. He's taking time, he's thinking. Duda is also playing a little fast. Maybe what Pragg would have prepared in the opening may not have had happened. That is also possible. But he is taking time right since the opening. So let's see kya hota hai. But how are all of you guys? Caruana game is interesting already, says Arjun. What is the opening? What is this? Okay, let's have a quick look. E4, E5, knight C3, guys. Knight C3, knight F6. What is the name of this opening? It is a very beautiful place. The name of the opening is a very beautiful place. So what is it? Whoa, Beloglavi, your opening name knowledge is amazing. Arjun, Josh, Jojo, Saujanya, Vienna. Guys, Vienna. How many of you have been to Vienna? It's a beautiful place. We get some amazing ice creams over there. And Sagar used to love the Zanoni ice creams. Queen takes d4. Knight c6. Develops with a tempo over here. So the queen has to move again. And the queen goes to a4. Black goes bishop c5 and Caruana has gone knight f3. So Caruana is actually maybe surprising his opponent. Look at his time. He has 1 hour 32 minutes. Deac is having 1 hour 20 minutes. To have a quick look at another leader who is MVL. In fact, he's gone for Sicilian. Wow, did they play accelerated or was it early queen b6? Knight d4, knight c6, c4. Oh, he avoided. In fact, Nodirbek went for accelerated dragon, where you delay the d6 move and go for the dragon structure. But MVL said, I want to convert it into Meroxybide. So he goes c4. And now bishop e7, bishop g7, bishop e3. Queen b6 has been played. If you see 1, 2, and 3 guys attacking here, and the queen also attacking the b2 pawn. So only way to defend is knight b3. But this is happening. But if you take the pawn on b2, if bishop takes b2, it's a huge blunder. Oh, hey, okay, so sorry. How did I forget about... Horrible, guys. Knight b3, queen d8, knight d... What? Are they drawing? No, come on. Guys, is MVL and Nodirbek going to repeat and draw over here? Crazy. This is 8th move. Actually, MVL will be fine, no, to repeat. What do you think? Draw hoega ya nahi? Okay, he repeated again. He's done it twice. No, but I don't think Nodirbek will go for it. Oh, Nodirbek is happy. What? But MVL is white. Is he really going to repeat? Come on. Oh my goodness. Such a short draw. Incoming or what? See, he played first time. Now who can call the arbiter? Over here, if Nodirbek wants to go queen b6, I think he can call the arbiter. So, yeah, he went queen b6. So, they have already repeated, but he didn't call the arbiter. So, ये draw हो रहा है guys. ये draw हो रहा है. बहुत ही unexpected draw very quickly. Anonymous asks, drawn kya? But I'm not yet sure because, yes, drawn. Third move. So he must have called the arbiter because we didn't have the video, right? So we didn't know whether he repeated. Okay, this is a draw which is very, very sad, actually speaking. Very sad. I mean, come on. You want to see some good chess, yeah? But who knows? Unless if at all one of them is not well or something, we don't know. But yeah, that's a draw. So MVL kind of goes to 3.5 out of 6. Now the question is, if Caruana and Pragg, both of them, if anyone wins, then high probability that they can become a sole leader, because for both of them to win may not be easy. Though practically with Caruana being white has a better chance to go for the sole leadership. So we need Pragg. Come on, with the black pieces a3, he is thinking here. He's taking his time and to decide what to play. I think what Pragg is thinking about is either g6 or e5. These are the two moves he's thinking. So with g6, bishop g7, at some point he will have a choice whether to go e5 or not. Most probably he will not. He will keep the bishop open over there. So these are the two structures. He knows the whole ideas, but what he needs to figure out is what is the thing which he wants to choose. Where does he want to keep his bishop as well? And here you can see that this is a beautiful outpost for the knight, but it can always be kicked by the pawn. Only thing is, whenever the pawn is provoked forward, there is a weakness which is created on d3. But whenever the knight is clicked, that's why white would be ready with d4 ideas as well. So these are all the things. Pragg goes g6 and decides for the fianchetto bishop over here. So he goes g6. Is Duda going to play anything like h4, h5, which normally Pragg has played? Because many times what you love to play, if your opponent plays against you, then you're suddenly kind of a little bit shaking. So I think Duda will go h4 over here. But let's see. I think he will go h4 without much thought. Guys, we have 800 people watching the stream. Like karo dosto. I don't know how many likes do we have, but 50% kar lete hain. And as expected, Duda goes h4. I'm very interested. See, the normal move, one of the normal reply for h4 in such a structure is h5. But over here, if you play h5, you have to assess giving up the g5 square, because this knight is already placed in such a way that it can jump to g5, whereas you don't have your knight placed in that way. So this is one thing. This knight can also come to e4 and g5, attacking the c5 on the go. So this is one decision black has to decide. Another thing is, when white has pushed his pawn to h4, even white has lost the control of g4. And you can develop your bishop to g4, saying that now you don't have time for h5, because then I take on h5. Okay, but it looks like there can be a line which is kind of some interesting ideas over here for white, where he can jump with his knight to g5 anyway. And what happens here? Yes, you have definitely have pressure on h7, but can I not just kick your knight away? I can. Okay, there are these interesting moments when the bishop has captured, spoiled white structure here. Now attacks this isolated pawn on c5 with the knight on e4 and says that, okay, what is the bishop doing over here? So, and in fact, for black, he cannot save this pawn. Like if he tries to save this pawn in some way, if you want to push this, then you are weakening the f6 square very badly. If you try to save it with the knight, then it is already a blunder because white to play and find a very good move. Let's see if you are able to find it, guys. This is related with a piece which is kind of having not much space to move around and can get trapped. And that's the move over here. Kaval Beveja, Anay Kale. Very quick. That was f3 with the idea of g4. Amazingly found here. So this is going to create a lot of excitement because it's completely, Duda style as well as Pragg's. But Pragg has to take care of his time pressure. So h4 has been played and he needs to decide whether to go h5, whether to go bishop g4 and calculate all these lines in which, if at all, let's say Duda, he will also think, where is my opponent better prepared? Because I want to take him out of the preparation. And in that case, he will see bishop g4, h5 and there are interesting ideas. He may reject that. And then a simple move like bishop g7 is going to call h5 because h6 is absolutely incoming. Like, and you're not liking it, right? Like you can't stop h6 and what do? Here there is the whole tension and you want to castle, but practically you're not enjoying such a position. So let's see. But if Pragg enjoys it, then why not? Then we will learn from him. I am expecting a move like h5 or bishop g4. देखते हैं क्या होएगा. If he goes a move like knight e6 which blocks his bishop, already white is super happy with h5 and h6 ideas. So we'll come back over here. Let's go to Gukesh's game. क्योंकि Gukesh versus Alireza, interesting things happening there as well today. The openings have been pretty interesting. What Alireza decides is to go for the bishop f6. In fact, he says, you've given me this chance of imbalance. Why not? Gf6, short castle. Look at his tenacity, yeah? He's saying, come rook g8. This is an open file. I absolutely don't mind at all. And Gukesh is like, okay, first let me bring my knight to g6. Let me bring it to f4. So what Alireza is going to do now is going to use one of the principles. The principles is when opponent's king is in the center. What do you do, guys? What do you do? Mr. Prakrit says, I won the prize in district level chess. Arey, kya baat hai? Congratulations. You played a tournament. That's already very amazing. Priyadarshani says, Gukesh will win or lose. I am always rooting for him and Praggnanandhaa. What an attitude, Priyadarshani. That is a process-oriented attitude, not a result-oriented. Superb. Amit is like, Gukesh is winning. Maybe you want Gukesh to win, I guess. But there you go. I had asked what is the principal and Candy Crush. Mohan, Shrinand, Aishik, Akshat, Narendra. Badhiya. Open the center, guys. And that's what Alireza has done. He has tried to hit d4 and saying that I am going to open the center. Obviously, black is not going to ever consider a move like e takes d4 where white is very happy. Like very, very happy over here. So no chance. You like for a grandmaster, it's not even a move to consider and then discard. It's just a discard over there with intuition. So for black, now you have to think for ideas, okay? Because Gukesh has gone into some uh, interesting ideas. So Black Kelly, can you suggest, guys, what will you think of Black to player? What are your candidate moves, your options, which you will play in a classical game? Oh, he doesn't give you time. I wanted to hear this. Let's go, Guki. H5. क्या बात है? We're gonna see H4, H3 again. This tournament, maybe the H pawn is the hero, guys. Soul leader है तो H pawn. Josh is saying Queen E7 protecting the E pawn. Yeah, Queen finally will have to develop on E7. Or maybe at some point, I don't know if these are also the ideas we have. Somewhere, though nothing similar, but somewhere reminds me still Nakamura with it. And white is not going to think of taking here. Like, no chance. Because then the double pawn is also completely, like, the structure gets better. The queen also gets opened up. And this bishop gets opened up. So black is very happy. So h5 played over here. Now Alireza has to think. He has 1 hour 19 minutes. Gukesh has 1 hour 26 minutes over here. So h6 played by Pragg. Sages. h6 he has played. Are you sure? Oh, Pragg has gone h6, guys. He has not gone for h5, but he's gone for h6. We already have no games over here. And now we do have some games. Okay, wait a second. We have games with d3. And some games with b4 and knight a4 as well. But the first thing is, because if firstly white pushes the pawn on h5, then black is very happy with g5. The structure is blocked. The pawn on h5 is also now blocked with the h6. And then with bishop g4, the rook is always going to be tied down, which means you cannot castle easily. So black would be happy in this scenario. So h6 he has played, and Duda does go d3. We do have some games where this has been played by Caruana and Anish with the white pieces. Pragg goes bishop g7 pretty quickly over here. And now white is thinking. Next, Pragg is going to bring his knight to e6. He is looking at this beautiful d4 square where all of them, everybody is like, yeah, d4 is that spot where we will मीटअप वाला स्पॉट है. d4 पे मिलते हैं, मजा करेंगे. So important. It's so important. Okay, let's go to Gukesh. Look at Duda, basically, how he's sitting over here. Yeah, he's trying to recollect, it seems, something over here. And Pragg is also looking away, but thinking, yeah, very much thinking about things. Meanwhile, Gukesh has played, Alireza has played the move rook e1. And Alireza is preparing, against the king on e8. Also vacated a square on f1 for the knight or for the bishop, whichever piece, at the situational time. And you see the knight f1, knight e3, f5 square over here, which can never be kicked off. So that's all of it is happening. And now I think Gukesh will simply continue with h4. That's what I'm predicting. Why to wait, yeah? Why to wait? Let's go h4. Sabartot says I'm demotivated at this time because my board result percentage is 66.5. I want to give up at this time. This is a very bad feeling for me. Arey, Sabartot, don't worry. Honestly, nobody asks for your 10th marks. Okay, only for your admission. But wherever you get the admission over there, you can still do your best. That's the only rule, even in chess, even in life. At this moment, wherever you are, you improve and learn from it. If you want more marks, then you have to study. As simple as it is. Yeah, you have to enjoy studying. You have to love studying. So then whichever college you get admission, just study. Board, how can you be street smart? How can you be practical problem solver? There's so many more things than the bookish knowledge. Yeah, so don't even worry about the marks. Give your best from this moment, from right now. And the very first thing to give your best is to let go of all your, feeling of demotivation. That is the first step you need to take. Okay. And that's what we have seen our top players doing. Even if they lose, not to get demotivated is the step they take. So, yeah. Now, rook e1. Guys, h4 is one move. Is there anything else you want to do with the black pieces? Any suggestions? Keep suggesting moves. That is fun. So that, wait a second. So that, we will be able to analyze a lot more over here. Jaise, even if you suggest blunders, chalega. I keep suggesting them. Bishop g4 has been suggested by Candy Crush. He wants to pin this thing. And normally, the first thing whenever you go bishop g4 comes to the mind is h3. And in this scenario, because black has not castled, aisa lagta hai, if at all, this h3 move is allowing later knight f4 and some sacrifice ke liye some hook over here. So, but Indian is saying that h3 is completely fine because this bishop has to take an important decision what to do. Because either you have to take and give up your bishop or otherwise you have to go back somewhere. And it's not easy where to go. If you go bishop e6, then bishop e6, fe6, all the more weaknesses over here. The queen jumps in with a double attack. And this time, if black wants to go long castle in the future, you cannot really give up the b7 pawn. Otherwise, you will have to say, okay, my king will be in center because this is the shelter. I don't care about the b7. So we can get into such interesting positions as well. So rook e1 ko bishop g4 ठीक है, one candidate move will keep in mind. Ratnakar says b5 तो नहीं, b5 तो here it will be hanging. Ratnakar यहाँ पे bishop b5 comes with a check, so that's not working. f5 says chess campus. Ooh, that would be a big blunder because that's what the rook is here for. It's waiting for it. But Gukesh is going knight f4. Indian is like, okay, you've gone knight f4, but do you really have a threat? And I do think he has a threat, yeah? Like, maybe white has to be careful. Because I do think there can be some sacrifice that is. Though the Indian is not liking it in comparison to the move h4, I think practically this move looks the most natural. Keeping an eye over here, keeping all the pressure, h4 ideas, rook g8 ideas, maybe at some point some ideas like knight h3, bishop h3 kind of, knight g2. So it does feel like some pressure, but what is white going to do? Like imagine the top Indian move is to go g3. Now is g3 an easy move or not? Where you are already giving away the h3 square. And you are weakening the light squares forever. So you are allowing knight h3 check. The king goes to h2. And what you are also saying is there is a lot of pressure on f2. So this is one possibility where h4 is also an idea. Knight takes h4. I don't know whether this can look scary because most natural idea in dragon kind of structures where the exchange sacrifice happens. So we can either get into a structure like this with a sacrifice and all. The problem is black's pieces are yet to come into the game. It's going to take a lot of time. It's only the knight, the lone knight, the warrior who is fighting. So I don't believe in this exchange sacrifice as much. But Gukesh thinks very differently. So knight f4. How do you like this move, guys? What do you think? Queen d2. अरे I like that. People are already suggesting. But queen d2 नहीं हो रहा है. Queen e2 भी नहीं हो रहा है. What is the move? Queen d2. You want to go queen d7. Ah, okay. Possible. Bishop e6. Now, do you want to exchange it? By the way, guys, we have almost 1,000 people like the stream. Let me know in the chat how many likes we have reached. Have we, by any chance, reached 600 likes? Let that be the goal right now. Candy Crush says King F8 instead of Knight F4. Oh, here you wanted to go King F8. And then you still committing that the king is going to stay over here and to form the attack. And then you're not short castling. So it does give white some comfort with queen b3. In fact, over here there's another suggestion with queen b3 where white is attacking the f7 pawn and black needs to, protect it, let's say with queen e7. There is no time for h4 as such. Otherwise you'll have to give the pawn. And then you cannot develop the c8 bishop so easily because the queen is tying down your bishop, yeah? So this is one more way to continue. Though black is threatening rook g8, and if g3, white will have to be careful with some ideas like mate on g2. Only saving thing is that this bishop can always go back and say कि बस हुआ अब इधर कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा है. White is relaxed and Alireza is actually, even if you look at a full screen, he does look relaxed. He is not worried about this attack at all. Yep, let's go to Pragg's game because over there also बहुत कुछ खिचड़ी चल रहा है guys. d3 bishop g7 bishop e3 has been played. Duda is attacking the c5 pawn. And as this game has been following Anish Giri versus Sergey Karyakin, where knight e6 was played, most natural move, you bringing your knight forward. With every file the knight comes forward, it gets better, yeah. Then over here on, it's defending c5 and you are also ready to go to d4 at the right time. So knight e6 will be played by Pragg. And then white will short castle, most probably white will short castle. And then Pragg has to decide whether he wants to jump in on d4, whether he wants to short castle. Wait a second, if I short castle, queen d2, attack over here, king h7, defends over here. Yeah, this is fine. Nothing and no tactic or anything. Simple, plain position. But Pragg goes knight. Oh, Pragg doesn't go knight e6. He already puts his knight on d4. Okay. This would be a huge blunder because of the pawn fork. So you can't take that. This capture is also a bad capture because you had a very important bishop there. Dark square bishop putting a lot of pressure everywhere. So black is very happy with this structure. And also g5, you can see g5 is covered, so the knights are a little powerless here. So you can't take here. You will have to say to the knight कि आ जाओ, बैठ जाओ, शांति से बैठ जाओ. Harshit says, I like watching your live stream. I am from Andhra Pradesh. अरे क्या बोलता है? बढ़िया, very cool. Thank you. Andhra Pradesh has so many strong players, obviously. Arjun and Humpy being the top players, Harika as well. How about castling for black? Right now it's white to play. So after knight d4, white will have to decide what to do. How about this pawn will be attacked with the knight. And then black has to decide. Because I think this move is going to be a big blunder. Not a big blunder, but a slight inaccuracy. Slight inaccuracy because this is opened somewhere. Some tactics could happen. If knight takes d4, c takes d4, and the bishop simply defends itself. With the ideas that you can't go knight e6 because of some ideas like these in the future. With the idea if I go knight d5, oh my god, okay. Nice move. Guys, white to play. Beautiful move. Beautiful. Sundar chal hai. White to play. What will you do here? Also, a very small subscriber goal. We have 26,25,600 and we started with around 600 subscribers. Today we will try to reach 750. 750 ho jaye. And did anyone tell me how many likes did we get on the stream? 246 says Candy Crush. Come on guys, 500 to karte hai. We are 1000 people. 1000 people, 500 likes to ho jaye yaar. 295 is saying Dynamico. नहीं 500, 500 guys, 500 का नोट. What's the move? The move is very tempting, very exciting. Only 2 people have found it until now. Let me show you who all have found it. Okay. Candy Crush, Shriyansh and Aniket. You guys have found it. That's the move. Knight d6. Boom, bam. If e takes d6, bishop takes d5. This is attack. If you go rook b8, then comes another check. Boom, bam. And if bishop d7, finally LPDO. Queen takes a7. You have lost this pawn. This is under attack. You don't have really good moves. Bishop b5 and white to play. I want at least 25 people to say the move. Final move. Only 25. Okay, everyone is alert. It's not like everyone is looking only on queen side. We have Dynamico, Ruhan, Pankaj, Josh, Annay. How many answers did I get? Let's go. Reaching 20. Our goal is 25. Awesome. Awesome. 23. Let's go. 24. ये 25 मांगा 30 दिया क्या ही very very kind of you guys today you are all so kind रुकी नहीं रहा है 37 हो गया मजा आ रहा है this is cool Sagar Shah you have to see this you have to see a chat everyone very very active so queen f7 so black will have to be careful so knight d4 is something you have to be also let me quickly go here because everyone had also mentioned knight f6 check and the reason it doesn't work is because the rook is not hanging guys there was this knight over here so iske liye the disco is slightly different यहाँ पे कुछ भी नहीं मार देंगे and then you are very happy so knight d4 played Duda is thinking whether to go knight e4 whether to short castle or one more question guys one more question oh god I forgot to put Pragg's video if white short castles here okay white short castles there is one move with black which you can make which aims at a weak square in white's camp there is a weak square in white's camp which is that weak square Which is that weak square? बताओ जल्दी जल्दी G4, H3, yes G4 है ही which we have discussed but वो तो है ही Yes, we have Aryan Behra and Kartik Kumar Singh, Ravi Gupta, Shrinan. Very cool. Many of you have said H3. The weak square here, guys, is b3. But this is, I like the way you are spotting the squares, spotting the weaknesses. Basically, those squares which cannot be controlled by the pawns. Yeah. So this is h4, h3 is already there when g3 was played. But here, if you directly look at this b3 square, it looks like such a weakness. And that's where you know that you have to consider a move like bishop e6, where you are aiming at such ideas, knight c2, knight e3, and all those. So this is something which Duda will also have to consider, and that's why, you know what, Pragg has done a very smart thing, that he has kept the square vacated. It's like I will decide based on the situation whether my knight should go here or whether my bishop should go here. Because once the knight is over here, it actually can't go anywhere to g5 or f4, and it is like, you know, ready for the d4 knight whenever there is a capture. It is just waiting right there, but it will block this bishop. But if you go bishop e6, then the plan little bit changes. You are pressurizing some different points over there. And then this knight could even consider going to d5 at some point. So all these things where black's pieces are going to be, when black is not committing, white is taking time to know where he wants to place his pieces. And that's where knight e4 looks like a very nice move, where you have attacked the c5 square and you've asked c5 pawn and you've asked black key, what's your next move? You don't have time to develop your bishop, and you don't have time to go you have time to go knight e6, but I'm again going to attack your c5 pawn. And you know that whenever you play b6, there are some tactics you need to take care of on the light square diagonal over here, and yeah, lot of calculation will be required. Okay, so knight d4, Pragg actually has put Duda in that position to calculate. In between, guys, on Help Chess, we have Badrinath Kulkarni, who had contributed 2 days ago. Wow, he's the 22nd, 42nd believer. So thank you, Badrinath. What if black trades the knights? Kaise? Knight f3. You want to go knight f3? But your knight is a beautifully placed piece here. Matlab, you came over here. It's a nice place, nice city to, you know, travel around, to like just be there. I mean, not travel around. And now if you want to take after that, after I don't know what year, if you take knight takes f3, then white is very happy. Bishop f3. I think you want to take the b2 pawn, but looks very ugly. Very, very ugly. In fact, oh, insane. Okay, but let me not go into insanity. Let me simply go rook b1. And if you grab another pawn, it's white to play, guys. White to play. Let's see, last time for queen f7 mate, we got 32 answers. Can we cross 30 answers here? White to play. I'm quickly getting a water bottle. Okay, we have got 27 answers, and there were many more people who tried other moves. But right move, guys, right move. Shriyans, Rishabh, Anay, Jash, Ravi, Saneen, Sharanya, Shahzeb, Safe breaker and Vikhyat. Well done over there. 30. Arey, 30 ho gaya. We just need 2 more answers. But okay, that's done. Queen A4 and you're winning a piece here. Oops. Yeah. Queen A4 check and LPDO. You lose the piece over here. So that's why Rook B1 happens. Look at what he's played. Duda has made the move. For knight e4, he first played Rook C1 and now he's threatening knight e4. But one more idea for white, which we must keep in mind always. And what's the idea? What else is the idea? Ganesh Babu is saying now 17 minutes and no move yet by Alireza. Exactly, that position has a lot to calculate. But Alireza is not in trouble. It's a very exciting, enthusiastic position. But very interesting game. Yeah, what is the move over here, guys? You are thinking of interesting idea for white. After Rook C1, he's going to keep an eye with B4 as well. Rook on this file. So you have to be careful with the B4 ideas. So Rook C1, he's not gone for knight E4. Does it make any difference? So for now, he's asking black, what are you going to do? Because if you go knight E6, then my knight is going to attack the C5 pawn with even knight A4 being an idea to attack this. So this, yeah, queen A5 you don't have to worry because this is protected. Knight E4 is also a move. And like we were looking at the B3 square, if we go the move like bishop E6, okay, bishop E6. And now if white tries to attack here knight A4, a super blunder because bishop B3 and you lose in double attack. And if knight E4 once again trying to attack this, the problem is this time in fact bishop B3, the queen is forced to go to D2. Ooh, here the computer this time is suggesting to take here. Very interesting. Last time while we were looking at that the knight was really good. Looks slightly tough. I wouldn't go for it because practically it looks a bit, you know, kind of scary. But maybe what I would like to consider is knight b3 because the rook will be attacked and the c5 will also be saved. This is something which looks like more natural. b2 pe bhi pressure hai. And rook c2 ke baad, you know, the queen doesn't look good. So I think this looks fine to consider with two knights and not immediate disco. The rook will have time to move. There is short castle and, you know, later if you ever even get bishop a8, maybe I am happy for the exchange sacrifice as well. So I like that idea with bishop e6 and knight b3. With rook c1, knight b3 can become a tempo. Will Pragg go bishop e6? Or he can even simply say, okay, I don't care about anything at all. I'm just simply castling here. Because now if you go knight e4, then I have a powerful idea with knight d5. So, lot of ideas there. Lot of tactics incoming already in the opening, guys. And too much of calculation. Just 11 moves done. Pragg is down to 1 hour 5 minutes. Duda having 1 hour 12 minutes. And Sanin says we have 400 likes right now. But 500 ho jaye. We are so close to 500. Maza aa gaya. MVL and Nodirbek, guys, they have repeated. They draw in just 10 moves. And we also don't know why. Because generally Nodirbek doesn't go for a draw. But maybe sometimes you're not having a good tournament and MVL is a leader. He's happy with the draw. Or maybe somebody is not well. So we don't know exactly. But yeah, it's ended in a draw. Caruana, who was playing interesting opening, has reached through Vienna. He has reached this opening. Long castle has happened. And with this bishop over here, black doesn't have any cool disco. ऐसा कोई cool disco नहीं है. The queen is fine to come back. Everything looks okay. So Caruana is another leader. Pragg is also leading the tournament. Gukesh versus Firouzja. Ooh, the move has happened, guys. Firouzja, after a long think, in fact, a very long think, there he gets up from the board. After knight f4, he's taken 21 minutes. So he says that I find this position a bit critical and he's gone knight f1. He goes knight f1. like we were looking at some maneuvers with knight e3 and knight f5 in the future. Now Gukesh is thinking, I don't know how long he's going to take, but he has 23 minutes more than Alireza, which is great. And what will he play? What are your move suggestions? Just says bishop b4, bishop g4. Beloglavi says h4. Okay, both look very interesting. Guys, they didn't agree to a draw because agreed draw is not allowed. Yes, Tushar, that is very right. But they repeated. And when you repeat, you can repeat at any moment. So the draw which was agreed, just like, I mean, by repetition, I would just like to show you. Yeah, bishop e3 was played, queen b6, knight went back, the queen went back. And yep, this was draw by repetition, which is allowed. Yeah, coming back to Gukesh's game. Knight f1 and moves suggested are rook g8, bishop e6, bishop g4. Let's go bishop g4 first because there is a pin over here. And now if white goes knight e3, attacking the bishop here, then what black can in fact even consider is queen d7 and say that I am not worried about knight g4 at all because I am very happy to get the h file in return for this exchange of knight versus bishop, which in fact the h2 point is going to become so loose because your knight will have to move away, and then I am going to blast open your position with 100 ways. I'll long castle and then go f5 and just a disaster for white. Yeah, so this is one very tempting idea, I would say, bishop g4. Once you know that it cannot be captured. For bishop g4, last time we were looking at h3, where you had to capture. But over here, my question to you is, guys, what is a very interesting move over here for black? Black to play. And the hint is boom, bam, boom, bam. You know, Jandu Bam should sponsor. Then with every such a move, we can say Jandu Bam. Okay, anyway. Because there are many boom bam moves, guys. थोड़ा सोचो. मैं तो ये देख के I am a little bit tempted to get some energy for the bloodbath which is going to happen. I'm going to eat chitale dinka chaladu. Bishop h3. And now queen d7 is important. And now for white, he doesn't have time to save this. Queen h3, queen g2 mate. If he tries to go knight h3, then you cannot capture this. Queen takes h3 because of what is the best defense here? What is the best typical defense? White to play. Important है, बहुत important है. If you don't find that defense, you are lost. Okay, bishop f1 and you are fine. So knight g3, and then you cannot take here because it's not helping you in any way. And we get a very exciting position with lot of threats over there. Bishop f1. So I believe that Gukesh would be ready to calculate all of this and enter in such a situation with holding this pawn on d4, because whenever you take there, then f2 is gonna be massacred. So yeah, knight f1 played by Alireza. Maybe he's provoking it, or maybe he's never going to think of h3 against Gukesh. Like, just no chance. But Gukesh goes c6. He's not gone bishop g4 or h4. He's gone c6, which is practically a very fine move, guys. Yeah, it's a practically very fine move. And now he's gone c6 यहाँ पे. And now Firouzja is thinking over here what to do. But what I'm absolutely shocked is that, for knight e3, black has a move to consider, which is d5. And when it is completely against the principle, it's so unconventional that here you are helping the rook to open up. How can such a move be not lost? Of course, white is still better, slightly better, but how can it be not lost? So this is kind of very shocking to me, that a move like d5 can come, though I don't think if Gukesh is ever going to consider like that, then crazy. But c6 he has played here, and well, let's see what's the plan over here. Maybe he's waiting, maybe next move h4, maybe then bishop g4. Maybe he's made a square over here to defend, so that he wants to go slow, long castle, and then go for the attack. It is also possible that he could think of it in that way. Let's go to Pragg's game while Alireza is drinking water over there and Duda is not at the board. After rook c1, Pragg is taking a lot of time here. He has thought for 14 minutes and is down to 56 minutes here. He must be thinking of bishop e3, I believe. In fact, even short castle. So, lot of possibilities. We have analyzed this well. Both the games are interesting in their own ways. Until the kings are in the center, that is one kind of interest which we have. And Alireza, who was thinking, one good thing what Gukesh has done is he has played the move quickly. And he still has a 20-minute time gap, 20 minutes more than Alireza. So, if Alireza is going to take a lot of time, and he does look pretty relaxed, yeah, Alireza. Seems like now he's going to use another 20 minutes over here. So, that way he does look relaxed. How many moves are done, asks Adi. Only 13 moves are done, Adi. Going very slow. Also, the leader, Caruana, let's have a quick look at it. For all those who want to see the standings, by the way. Yeah, let me just show it to you. These are the standings before the round began. MVL, Pragg and Caruana on 3. 4 players on 2.5. And 3 players on 2. Yep, that's how it is. So MVL has, because MVL and Nodirbek have already drawn their game. I believe Nodirbek doesn't seem to be in the best of the spirit here right now. With the black pieces, of course, he's very happy to draw with MVL. Yeah, we are looking at, let's look at Caruana, how he's doing. He's long castled, and oh my god, look at Caruana's time. Okay, but it is Deac who always comes under time pressure, but look at his time. 1 hour 30 minutes for Fabi, and Deac is down to 36 minutes, which is going to be almost 1 hour difference. Insane. Insane. Oh yeah, Julie says, did you congratulate Magnus as he's gonna become a father? Yeah, we have had a post on ChessBase India, and Magnus had put the very beautiful pictures over there of Ella. So yeah, a big news in the chess world, guys. 232 likes are done, says Adi. Somebody told me 400 likes are done. Kitne hai abhi, guys? How many likes right now? And if Fabi wins this, he is for sure going to be a sole leader, joint leader. But if Pragg beats Duda, only then he joins Fabi. And I am guessing based on the time difference, only time difference, that maybe Fabi might take this in his sleeve. 483, 500, guys. 500 कर दो. 507 हो गए क्या? अच्छा ठीक है, चलो 600 कर दो. 600 कर दो, guys. 600 likes. So before Sagar comes, we'll have 1000 likes. He's gone to Phoenix Market City for the summer camp. Tomorrow is going to be the last day. Nothing will be there on 15th, so don't go for thinking there will be chess on 15th over there. From 16th, we have a inter-school tournament over there. So time milega to pakka jana. So many kids yesterday were solving, oh my god, like even 6-7 years old were solving the sheets with so much of focus. Then some children from children's home were so focused. It was completely unbelievable environment. All of those, if you are in Mumbai and if you go there, I bet you will feel inspired. So if you want to feel inspired, I hope you are already inspired, but if you want to add to that inspiration, then do visit over there. मजा आ जाएगा. एक अलग ही माहौल है. It's like a chess jatra, you can say. Lovely is saying मैं like हटा लिया. सागर भाई आएगा तब करूँगा. But Sagar भाई will come if we have 1000 likes, guys. Okay, so going to the next games. Let's go to Gukesh's game. After c6, Alireza still thinking. We have his camera on the board, and Pragg has made the move, guys. Let's go there, and Pragg is not on the board. He has gone bishop e6 after a thought of 16 minutes, and it's a very good move. Very cool move, in fact. He's eyeing for the b3 square. Very alert when a3 was played, and the rook on c1 this time is going to be quickly under attack. So there is no time for knight e4 anymore, because then black is very happy to jump knight b3. Once again, as we have mentioned, that knight d4 would lead to pawn fork, so you cannot even consider it. Bishop d4, then black is very happy after c takes d4 over here. So I don't think he will even think of that. So most probably, what is it that white should do here? What is the move that white should play? Yeah, like if he has to go for a simple short castle, that would be possible. And then I think black would be happy to first, before short castle, because there's no hurry. First play rook c8 and get out of all the tactical ideas on this diagonal with rook c8. And normally in such scenarios, what happens is whenever you have a pawn on h6 and g6, so that the h6 is not defended, and there is a dark square bishop, what white usually tries to do is to place his queen on d2 so that it stops opponent's short castle. Because whenever you short castle, you are removing this defender and you lose the pawn. But right now, a very simple, quick question. Why is queen d2 a big blunder? Guys, why is queen d2 a big blunder? If all of you are very, very proactive, we'll get at least 30 answers. Oh, yes, he played b4, but let's have 30 answers at this position. Black to play. And that's the problem of, weakening that square. Pragg is back on the board. Looking at Duda makes it interesting no matter what. Yes, we have a lot of answers here. We have Nurul, Shaurya, Jojo, Rishabh, Neelam, Abhishek, Vimala, Kim, Official, and Pankaj. We are reaching 30 people answering right move. Well done, guys. Very happy that we are also reaching our goals. क्या बात है, आज तो सारे गोल हो रहे हैं. It seems like we are playing football. Knight b3, and there you go with a typical fork. Whenever a pawn is pushed and a knight on the in the center, you know that the f3 and b3 weak squares. Keep in mind b4 played by white. b4 played because he feels like gaining some space over here, and he's left Pragg alone on the board. Normally, whenever the opponent gets away, I feel much more relaxed, like to think. But obviously, it's different for different people. b4 played, and now what are the moves for black, guys? What are your suggestions over here? क्या खेलोगे? Will you take here? C takes b4. What if you take here? It's not a good idea because of. Why is it not a good idea? What happens? What's the problem? Problem क्या है यार? बताओ. Knight is hanging. No, knight is not hanging. 1 and 2 defenders, one and 2 attackers. So it's well defended. Knight b4, knight b3, d4 control. But yes, you can take this guy. I don't know if it matters with what do I take. Like if I can take a knight. It does matter because this is also hanging, yeah. So if you take knight d4, then black can actually take this knight as well. Like he has a choice which knight to take. But the point is bishop d4, the best, if you look at the best continuation, if you allow, then after all these exchanges, what happens is boom bam, there comes a check. The king is still in the center. And when you have to go back because you don't want to move the king and break the castle, then white is saying that I will capture the b pawn, and this way b7 pura pressure, like the full pressure over here, and you will have to exchange, and such a position I am extremely happy with. So white has played b4. It's a bit tricky. Pragg should not take here on b4. Then what should Pragg play? Yes, knight b3 is a move which many of you are thinking, because the question is, shall we just continue with our idea of attacking the rook? And it's a very fair question that when the rook is attacked, where is the rook going to go? Because the rook also needs to defend a c3 knight, which is defended once, attacked once. So, when you move it anywhere else, you will lose a piece. It will become an LPDO. So, if you go rook c2, then with my knight over here and with those exchanges avoiding, I can now exchange this, take this, and maybe I'll ask a good move over here for black, which is tough. It's a tough move, guys. Black to play. देखते हैं तुम लोगों को आ रहा है क्या? I'm guessing maybe 10 people might get the right answer, but because we had so many attempts by, fatafat, all of you, 30-40 people are giving answers. So, let's see. But black to play. Can you find the best move here? Wow. Okay. There is something which is very funny that is happening in the chat chess moves. Now, slow and steady people got it. Yeah. And there we go. Everyone was writing A4 initially. Everyone. A4, A4, A4. Guys, notation. But I'm so glad we have already 16 people finding a difficult move. Just Sahil, Ruhan, Jojo, Unknown, Neelam, Papa, Manash, Aniket, and Parmeshwar. Absolutely right there. Beautiful. A5 is a boom bam move. A5. Because look at this. You want to open this 5. You want to go rook a1. There is a deadly pin. This knight on b3 is to kya hi bole uska. So a5 would be a crazy idea. And here you activate your rook. And black's pieces are so dominating on white. Yeah, like white has played h4. And with this move h6, which now, if we look back at it, it's very interesting that Pragg didn't commit h5 but kept his pawn on h6, covering some important squares, avoiding some important tactics. नहीं तो bishop e6 पे हमेशा knight g5 would be a kind of something to, consider. So wonderfully played over there, and this would become a huge dominating position on white. So black would be better. Even if you short castle, there is rook a1 incoming, attacking the queen. And look at the queen, it's trapped, like it cannot go anywhere. This is controlled, so you will have to interfere with something. You can't go rook c1 because it is hanging, so you'll have to either go back bishop c1 or knight b1. I mean, you never want to make such moves. Yeah, so b4 has been played. And can Pragg find knight b3? Of course, over here the best way for white would be to, oh, what would be the best way? Wow. Guys, ये वाला थोड़ा सोच ही लो. White to play, find a defense. White to play, find a defense. Insane. It is insane. I'll give you a hint if you want it. But if you don't want it, why will I give you? तो चाहिए तो बोलना. We have 1200 people. Let's go. We would want 600 likes, guys. 600 likes हो जाए. 50% is what we would like to keep for now. Okay, let me see what are the moves being suggested. Smart. Very smart. Very proud of you, man. Seriously. But yes, Unknown, Anurag, Jojo, Slibs, Ramesh, Papa, Astik, Shubhankar, Max, Sanchit. This is the right move. You have to remember whom. Which is the player जिसके बारे में you're gonna think of that player and say that's the move. Who is that player who reminds you of finding this defense? B takes c5. Can you tell me who that player is, guys? Where you find inspiration for such a sacrifice? I mean, he's a legendary player. So we are talking about, he's not alive right now. I mean, obviously, a legendary player who is dead. Guys, the one who is famous for his exchange sacrifices. Exchange sacrifices. Who's gonna be the first one? We've not got a right answer yet. Crazy. Tal to sub sacrifice karta hai re. I'm talking about an exchange sacrifice expert. Yes, Sham Mohan. Movie Tales. Finally, and Alpha Gaming, Jeet Shah. Sab aa gaye. Everybody would be working, and then this question is like, nobody is able to answer, and then like, okay, wait, I know this. Let me just type in the chat. Yes, absolutely. Knight takes c1. Guys, Petrosian would have these famous sacrifices, exchange sacrifices. So, I don't know if you've checked his games, but you should check out his games. And knight c1, and this is where white should try to get some composition. By the way, knight b3 played by Praggnanandhaa. Pragg OP ho jaye. Whether Duda finds b takes c5, I am saying yes, because that is Duda's style. If Duda doesn't find b takes c5, he's in some trouble. Okay, he's in some trouble. If he doesn't go for b takes, b takes c5, knight c1, if Pragg picks up the exchange, okay, which is something which we have to calculate, queen takes c1, and now what white is saying that I've given you an exchange sacrifice for a knight, for a pawn, for a rook and a pawn. Yeah, galat bola maine, ruko. Yeah, so knight and pawn for a rook. That's how it is. But I have a beautiful pawn over here. I have a very powerful bishop over here, keeping an eye on your b7. Next, I'm going to short castle. I am keeping an eye on your h6, so you can't short castle. Oh, Duda doesn't find it. Duda misses it. Array! Let's go! Full screen. Guys. Is Pragg... Wait a second. Is Pragg going to find that a5 shot? It's not about this, Like, he has to take cb4, ab4, and this is the move he has to find. If he finds a5, only then he gets a better position. Only then. He has 44 minutes. And in fact, Duda has almost 25 minutes more than Pragg, which is going to put some pressure because Pragg will be thinking about this. But if he finds this, then we are in a great situation. Pragg is in a great situation. I am not even believing that why Duda did not consider this, or obviously consider it, but he did not go for it. Mostly because he must have either missed or misassessed this move a5. Yes, but let's go. What an opportunity. We will see. It's never easy that when your opponent has missed the move, sometimes you can also miss the move. So, dekhte hai. Did I say a4? No, I didn't say a4. Did I say a4? Guys, what have you done? What is the impact you are doing on me? Everybody said a4 in the chat when I had asked for the best move, and now I am also making blunders in the notation. No, kya? ठीक है, chalo, thank you. Good. Rook c2. Pragg has to play cb4, ab4. Critical moment, guys. Very critical moment here. So one is, if he sees a5, then I think he will take. Then if it... Oh, will he repeat? Oh my god. 1 second. Can he go knight d4 and repeat here? Oh, that is a possibility because, MVL has drawn. No, he plays cb4. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna make a ab4. Now, guys, we want a5 on the board. Full screen ho jaye. Full screen. Oops. Oh, he finds it. Let's go, Pragg OP in the chat, guys. And he looks at Duda for a moment. And now, Duda, has he seen this move? No, he had missed this move completely. The way he, takes a pause before he writes the move, and the way he looks at the board, I think, I mean, maybe not the move, but he has misassessed it for sure. But Pragg very confident. Pragg OP ho jaye, guys. It wasn't easy. Tough tha. 1,500 people, guys, like the stream. 1,000 ho jaye because Pragg was at a very critical moment of the game to find a good move. Oh wow, we have Avinash in the chat who says famous rook sacrifice on e6. Great knowledge, Avinash. Yes, that's the most famous position which can develop your great positional understanding. But all those who have joined right now, guys, Pragg is leading the tournament with 3 out of 5. There are other 2 people on 3 out of 5. MVL was one of them. He has drawn the game today with Nodirbek, so he goes to 3.5. Caruana right now is playing with Deac, who Caruana is having 1 hour more in his opening. He's managed to surprise his opponent with the Vienna opening. Okay, kind of a weird opening. Now getting popular. But here we have Pragg with the black pieces. If he beats Duda, he goes to 4 points. We will not go ahead of our, in excitement. But for now, the position is very exciting. A5 खेला गया है. Now, the idea is, because of this knight, this has become a weak square. Can you even believe that? The rook in the middle game is supposed to be guarding the back ranks. But this rook is actually not able to do that because of this knight. And the rook is also tied down for the defense of the knight on c3. Whereas the bishop fianchetto g2 bishop, which always felt like, yeah, this is gonna put a lot of pressure on b7, but it is always in the future. हो ही नहीं रहा है. So right now, black has got this dynamics so fast, so quickly, and look at his piece position. This knight better than this knight. This bishop also developed and very good. This knight is ready to jump to d5 at the right time. Maybe not now. The bishop is a sniper completely. And black is like, I have not castled. Normally the problem with, delaying the castle sometimes is like if the white queen would come to this diagonal, then you are stopped for castle. But it's not happening with this knight here. Or if there are these checks and some tactics, then there is a problem. But nothing like that. So the king is safe. So a5 has happened. And how is Duda going to continue? If bishop b6, which looks very tempting and which could be a possibility that maybe, if at all, if he was calculating anything like that, takes and knight b5 with the pin over here, the problem is black to play. What will you do here? Black to play. Oh, we will also check Gukesh's game because everything is happening super exciting. Polly asks, what should be the rating of player before working with the book Chess Structures? Maybe a good rating can be around 1700, I would say. 220, 200. But could also work a little before 15, 1600. Sometimes if something is a bit difficult, then you do it 2-3 times. And then you gain every time you gain something else. But guys, Pragg OP. Oh, Gukesh is 40 minutes up on the clock, says Saumik. Kya baat hai? Today, guys, when the stream started, we had some people in the chat who were all very positive. They're like, Guki is gonna crush today, this is gonna happen. And the whole atmosphere, itna hi, kya bolte hai? The mahol, the vibe was super fun. And I loved it, the beginning. Rook A, okay, I have to show the moves, by the way, because... Oops, wait a second. Yeah, most of you have said Rook A1, and I think that is what I expected. Has anybody said any other move? No. Oh, only one person has said Papa. Papa ko mil gaya. Okay, but I knew it. I knew it that you guys are going to fall for the trap and going to say Rook A1, where only thing you can see is ki ye queen pin hai. But what about white? Knight takes c7. He picks up this knight, okay? If you take, then he takes, then maybe rook c7 also fine. If you take, I take, and look at this position. Completely better for white after all these exchanges. This is hanging and a few threats. Maybe not piece up, but what if you castle? Wait a second. It should be... Oh wait, sorry, rook a1. The rook is up, white is a rook up. So you can't do this. And for rook a1, if knight takes c7, if let's say you move your king, where will you? If you go king f8, then there is knight e6 check and you lose the queen. And come on, you don't want to go king d7, though you will have to go king d7 here. Though white can unbelievably simply short castle and say, yes, please feel free to capture my queen, but look at the compensation which I have over here with my knight, my bishop, my rook. So with this king in the center, white has a lot of compensation. Okay, this can be something which maybe Duda would have thought that something like this could happen, and hence he allowed a5. The only problem is bishop b6, Pragg has calculated and he says, come on, that's not working, because for bishop b6, what I am going to play is after ab4, knight b5, a good move is I am simply going to not care about my queen. If bishop takes here and then comes in like a lot of moves, but look at this queen, it's trapped, guys. Look at knight c3. Epically beautiful. You can't go anywhere. Every square is covered for the queen. And if you take here, sacrificing your rook, comes in bishop c3 check. And then when you move wherever, the king or whatever, then you have rook a1. Wow. Wow. The back rank. Look at the theme. The back rank. All the time it is about the back rank. And all the time it is about the space for the queen. Like you don't have the squares over here. The rook on c2 is misplaced. One piece which is misplaced. One piece which is tied down. With all of it, all these things come together. Okay. Pragg is better. So he has 43 minutes. Now time to go to Gukesh's game, because over there also he is having 40 minutes extra and interesting things going on. Oh my goodness, look at this. Knight f4 was played. We saw till c6. Now knight e3. And imagine, we were looking at this move ideas with d5, where I said it is impossible to think of these ideas with the rook on e1 and the king on e8. But this guy plays this move d5, which the engine says is the best move. I mean, it's unbelievable that with your king in the center, d5 can be the best move. Obviously, white is going to open the file. E takes d5, c takes d5, and the bishop goes back to f1. This d5 is very well protected with the knight and queen, so you can't do anything here. There is no time to capture this and no ideas, because simply you will take here. So bishop goes back to f1. And now Gukesh says, I have time to close the center. So I'm going e4. And at least right now the king on e8 is safe. Alireza goes knight h4 over here, because of this pawn. H4 is not controlled. So he goes knight h4. And now over here, Gukesh will have to be careful, though he has a lot more time. He needs to be careful, because the position might seem that, you know, there is pressure over here and on g file, but the knight very beautifully defends this. The bishop is also, everybody is gone for the defense, you know, everybody in fact. Then you see the f5 square being a little weak. Then you see d5 being the base of the pawn chain over here, which will come under attack. Then you see that okay, with white over here, how do you improve the pieces? But a5 is definitely having some ideas in the position. So knight h4 has been played, and the question is, how is black going to continue? Because I need to develop, right? I need to bring the pieces here. Rook on a8, bishop on c8. Karna padega. Duda played. Okay. So yeah. So things to figure out. I think Gukesh needs to develop his bishop here. Needs to go bishop e6. And we are at an exciting position, but full of complexities. Going back to Pragg's game. Oh, another result, draw incoming. By the way, Wesley versus Aronian has ended in a draw, and it was a perpetual check like this. So now only 3 games are going on. So Pragg played, BA5 has been played by Duda. Okay, Pragg is going to take rook a5. But is Pragg thinking here? Why is he thinking? When was this move played? Pragg is thinking for 3 minutes. I'm not understanding. Why is he thinking? Because isn't this the most natural idea? Come on, Pragg. What else are you thinking? Because, oh, he might be tempted with a move like knight b5. What? Can he be tempted with such a move over here? Knight b5, guys. Oh, he played. Rook a5. Let's go. For all those who are joining now, guys, Pragg is joint leading the tournament right now and right now he's having a very amazing advantage against Duda with the black pieces. He played the opening beautifully here, and he had to find here an important idea, which he plays a5, takes rook a5, and now he's threatening. He's threatening a pin on the queen with rook a1. So white has to really figure out something. 80 says I had a 20 win streak and now I'm losing every game, and he is crying. अरे but 20 move streak भी तो हुआ, 20 game streak भी तो हुआ. Guys, like the stream because Pragg and Gukesh are playing some exciting games here. And also because Sagar is going to join us very soon. MVL versus Nodirbek game got over very soon. Sneha Mai says love from Maharashtra. क्या बात है? Thank you guys. Okay, while is thinking, we will go to Gukesh's game as people are mentioning here. Knight h4 has been played. Let me know wherever a move happens, we will go and check the move because both the games are crazy. King is in the center for Gukesh's game and it has to go safe. Against Alireza, it's never safe to have the king in the center. But Gukesh is fearless. We all know he's fearless. He develops the bishop, solidifies the support on d5 yahan pe, and asks white, what are you going to do? But if Alireza says, ki look, your king is in the center and I still will follow. There is one principle. When your king is in the center, what to do? I still can do that. I've done that once before and I will do that again. What is the move which he will play? क्या खेलेगा यहाँ पे? White to play. Ashish says love from Nepal. Wow. Vaishali game also will have to see. Yes, she's against Alexandra. Aniket, absolutely. Aniket always reminds to see Vaishali's game. We should see that. Neelam says my rating is 15-15. How to pump it up? The way you have written it feels like I want to tell you there is a book called Pump Up Your Rating. Okay, but don't buy it. It's a little tough for you. शुभम सिंह आप बहुत ज्यादा बोलते हो. हाँ, मैं क्या ही करूँ ना. अकेली रहूंगी तो इधर. Guys, Vaishali is playing with Alexandra. Okay, but what are the moves you see? C4. All those who said C4, well done. Rishabh, Vinay, Gandhism, Lakshmi, Sarang, Kaushik. C4 and you want to open the center. You want to open the center here and still raise a question to black that what is your plan? Now, when C4 happens, guys, I would like to just look at this move Rook G8 before Bishop E6, yeah? If Rook G8, with a very clear idea, yeah? I'm giving a check to you and I'm winning a pawn because when you go King H1, Knight F2 comes with a check and then I win the Queen as well, okay? So it was a very strong move. But Gukesh did not go for this one move threat. Why? Because he saw that now G3 and he's not worried about anything. Like if there is Knight H3, then there is Bishop H3, and if you just look at this position, White has won a pawn on H5. D5 is also weak. So the Rook has an important duty to defend the H5 pawn. So he goes Bishop E6 and if C4 is played, now the question is what is his next idea? Because Gukesh would love to go F5 at some point and have the Queen also joining in the attack, but everything will have to work out, okay? Number 2 is F5 can also be a disco with, like, I believe, just a moment, if F5, Knight F5 would be a blunder according to me. Not really, yeah, because I thought takes and Queen G5, you attack over here and your threat is Knight H3, Knight F2, correct? But if you go Knight E3, then the same threat is happening, so sorry. You can't do that. So Knight G3 then H4, okay, this looked tempting. This did look tempting. C4, F5. So I think Gukesh has a lot to calculate. Guys, there is F5 move to calculate. At this point, there is also Rook G8 to calculate with the idea of Knight H3. Though we have seen G3 being a powerful move whenever you go Rook G8. So that the knight will at some point threaten king h1 and queen h5. What else? If you want to complete your development, do you have time to go queen d7? Let's say queen d7. Oh my god, it's a mistake. Look at this. It is a mistake because once again the same idea. G3. And it's getting so much better for black. For white. I can't really even believe that. Because why is white so much better? Because if you give a check, then you lose a d5 pawn. Got it. That's why c4 is very powerful. Let's see if Alireza plays it. Either he will go here or he will go a5. But c4 is very sharp. So I think he will play it. Very quickly, time to go to Pragg's game and check if there is a move played after rook takes a5. No, not yet. 15 moves are done. Duda is a bit surprised with whatever he has allowed on the board. Such a passive position for white. And Pragg is not on the board, roaming around, but definitely thinking about this position. But both the games are so exciting that it is very even difficult to say which one is more exciting. Pragg has serious advantage. Yeah, that is serious. I don't know though. We have seen sometimes it's 0.6 according to the weak engine. I don't know what is the strong engine saying. But even if you look at the position, it feels such pleasant position for black. Shrinan solved lot of tactics, lot of tactical patterns again and again and again, and it with 100% focus. बहुत solve करो tactics. You have so many. You have Chessranga पे solve करो, Leeches पे solve करो, Chesscom पे solve करो, but do it. Yes. So rook a5 and Duda has to think, and I think one good thing will be if Duda thinks for another 10 minutes, then this time difference will be kind of mute then. If you look, Duda had 1 hour 1 minute and now he's already thought for 8 minutes because it's not an easy position. Like what should white play here? Should he short castle? Should he play knight b1? Look at the top 3 moves, yeah? Look, top 2 moves. These 2 moves are there. Short castle looks the most natural. After that, rook a1 looks like the most natural. And here you forced because you forced to go back knight b1. Because let's say, if I say that you will give your queen sack. Rook a1, knight a1, rook a1. Okay? And black short castles. Now we are at this position where certainly white has some compensation. It's not like it's lost or anything. Certainly there is a compensation. What is to black's advantage is that there is a b pawn which is a passer, which is very important. Then there is this knight which is going to jump to d5. And in fact, after short castle, these are the threats. And for white, he will have to figure out what is to be done next. If he tries to go bishop b6 and pin over here, black is gonna like, yeah, it's a one move threat. I'm not even worried about that. And in fact, my knight can sit on a6 as well and block the a file. Why? Because I want to make your rooks powerless. Rooks have the highest power when they are in the open file. So even though my knight at the edge of the board is a little weak, but that is with choice. I'm going there with my choice, ready to jump in knight before any point of time, so not worried about it. So these are all the ideas which are happening there. And now time to move to Gukesh's game. Because Alireza has made the move and he has found c4. Man, Alireza is playing really well and so is Gukesh, because I am impressed with this moment where Gukesh makes the move d5. How do you make such a move? Like, this is a question I'm going to ask when, Harshit will join, when Sagar will come. d5, insane move. Literally insane move. Very rarely you get to see something like this. Normally, a move like d5 is a blunder. So, hats off to finding this. But the position is not easy. c4. Arey, Bar is saying ki bhai equal. What is the move? What should black play? Guys, what should black play? We have 1600 people watching the stream. Like kar do yaar, like kar do before Sagar Shah comes. We will plan 1000 likes. कितना हो गया? How many likes do we have? Did we reach 700? Prague रुके 1 knight b1 हुआ है क्या? नहीं, हुआ नहीं है. $778 says Manav. 791. अच्छा, अरे क्या बात है. तो फिर तो let's make it 900 to begin with. Guys, 900 likes हो जाए. C4 has been played and the best move suggestions here. Rook G8, F5, F5 we were analyzing. Rook G8 we were analyzing. What about this move, which is D takes C4? Okay, another move which is blasting open the position. But the engine says, yeah, don't discard it. Consider karo. Okay, consider it. So D takes C4, and the question is, the main idea is that firstly, you are looking very sharply at the D4 pawn, right? So that's the number one thing. And on this, once your bishop is open, then white better has to be a bit more careful. So D takes C4, let's say I go with a simple takes with knight takes C4. And for knight takes C4, what black is saying is, yes, now you are attacking E4, but I'm not worried because time to go F5. You don't have knight on E3 which was stopping. Anyway, I had to calculate takes. Also open my queen over here. Also defend the E4. And sorry, but you don't have time to break open again with F3. ये time नहीं है तुम्हारे पास. It will be a bit too late because of all the threats which I have. So after F5, what about the knight? It has to be defended with G3. So G3 will be forced. And now what black can do is, he can go back knight G6 challenging this one more time and asking whether you want to take here. Because if you take, F takes G6, and yes, my open file is not there, but after G3 I am completely fine with that by not having the open file. I have a beautiful pawn structure. Yes, there are weaknesses, but I have double bishop, and now D4 is attacked. So you also have to figure out certain things. I don't know how he will assess this position, but this is one position which the engine likes for black, yeah, which is interesting. He can also go rook G8 and still pin the pawn over here. And for king H1, in this regard, there is a, what is the move? Wow. Yes, rook G8 Itachi. This is one thing which we are analyzing. There's a very nice move, guys, over here. There are many nice moves, but one of the nice moves maybe you can suggest. Okay, Shrikant says 863 likes already done. So 900 ka aim hai. And the move which I was asking, which some moves which look interesting are rook G, bishop C4 and knight H2. You mean bishop C4 and knight H3. You want to go with the idea of knight, but I don't think you have time. The problem is, whenever you move this, then queen H5 is happening. This is what we had seen. But rook G4, look at this move, so powerful. If you take here, you have queen H4. Why rook H4? Very happy with that. So I love this idea. Okay, so D takes C4 is a move not to be discarded. I don't think white is going to take it with the knight because allowing F5 looks like very pleasant for black. So white will have to figure out what to do over here. But will Gukesh take here on C4, which is a tough decision? Will he go rook G8 now? And with G3, the knight controls rook G4. So you don't have that time. And if you go F5 here, then there is CD5 first, deflecting the bishop here. Bishop takes D5 and then you win the pawn, F5 pawn. So, iske liye with that tension in the center, you can't think of F5. Okay, so that's about Gukesh's game. I would say either he can think of direct F5 or D takes C4. I think rook G8 will need a very precise calculation, and maybe better to avoid starting with it. Yep. How is about queen d7 in the live position stopping knight f5? Queen d7 has a problem here. That's the point, no, guys. Whenever in certain moments you are able to allow g3 and black is okay, and then in certain moments you're just not able to allow g3, that, and then you're not okay at all. Let's say if knight h3 here takes because of this c pawn, knight d5 jumps in, boom bam, this is hanging, you have no threat. So you have to be careful. You have to be careful. Lot of deflections are happening. That's the idea. Arey, Ruhan says 900 likes. Thank you, guys. Thank you for liking the stream. So cool. Very cool. When will Sagar bhai come? Oh, I don't know. But maybe I would have shared a live location. But then I cannot keep checking the Google Maps. So, guys, I don't know. Okay, but maybe some of you might know if you are already at Phoenix. Who knows? Then you let me know. Let's go to Pragg's game. What Duda is still thinking. Look at Duda. Okay, we have to go on full screen. And I need to get Duda's clock also, by the way. Yep. Duda almost down to 44 minutes, but look at him completely dejected, it seems like. But he's still calculating, and the main question for any chess player in such a position is like, still, what is the best continuation in the worst position or worse position? No matter what, you have to keep your rhythm to find a best continuation. So the players who kind of, in the middle collapse, then such a position is very easily like just goes downhill. But Duda is not that player. We know he's an incredible fighter, and he is trying to see that which are the variations which can give the most practical chances for white. That queen sacrifice with short castle, or even a move like knight b1, which is so unlike Duda. How is this move? Once the knight goes back, stop this threat, then jumps in this knight to d5, because now there is no knight here, and attacks this bishop. The bishop has to move. You can't allow fg3 because g3 will be weak. Now you know that there is no h2 pawn, so the bishop has to move. Bishop cannot go here. Same problem. Bishop has to go back. Oh, he's ready to castle. He castles here. Pragg is about to come. Pragg is for sure going to play rook a1. कोई doubt ही नहीं है. But this is a very good move found by Duda. It's the best continuation over here. And the question is for rook a1. The question is whether he will give a queen sack or whether he will go knight b1. What will Duda play, guys? Do you think he will go queen a1 or will he go knight b1? क्या लगता है? Rayan says, how is it going? Love your chess commentary. Thank you so much, Rayan. That is very cool. Thank you, Eti. क्या बात है? Guys, today all of you are joining, and we are all following Pragg with the black pieces, with a very beautiful, wonderful position which we all are enjoying. तो मजा आ रहा है. Pragg back here. अरे drinking water. Pragg drinking water, guys. And we know that he knows that he is better over here. And time to take the chair closer. Oops. Yep. So there we have. Let's look at the full board. अरे बहुत adjust करना पड़ा because Pragg was drinking water. Okay. Back to the main screen over here. And is he about to make a move? I'm wondering how long is Pragg going to think for rook a1? Yeah. Because he has 38 minutes. A good thing is only 5-minute difference from Duda. 16th move this is. So 25 moves are to be done. Okay. So imagine in case Pragg takes around 12 to 13 minutes. That is not an ideal situation, because for every move he will have only 1 minute. But he should not do that. He should not do that. And I'm sure he will not do that, because this was this was definitely a move you were expecting from white, and Pragg would be prepared. So come on, Pragg, let's go rook a1. Let's go. Rook a1 incoming. Yes, what a gambit. Yes, Rajni, when you were saying that the matches today don't look so interesting, but today was crazy. Today is crazy in Gukesh's game. Of course, when you were playing Alireza, you know that Alireza Gukesh match is gonna get interesting. No chance that it cannot. And here we have Pragg's position, which is so beautiful. Rook a1 is incoming, and we were looking at some queen sacrifices and all. देखते हैं क्या होने वाला है, guys. Let's see क्या होने वाला है. Whether he's gonna go rook a1, that's the Indian's best move. Indian's second best move is short castle, but I'm sure Pragg is not gonna go for short castle. Quickly going to Gukesh's game. After c4, has he made the move? No. He is also using his time here. He's down to 53 minutes. Still has a lot more time than Alireza Firouzja. But I think what Gukesh is going to do, look at this. He had 1 hour 7 minutes. And he has used right now 15 minutes. I'm guessing he might think for another 5 to 10 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, because he understands it's a critical position. And this is a position where he shouldn't just quickly make a move, like a hand move, like rook g8 looks like a very tempting move, and then fall into some kind of calculations where it is creating problems. So I think what Gukesh is doing is very good, taking his time to think at the right moment, at a critical moment. And this is one of the qualities of top players. They understand where the critical position is. Parag asks how many rounds will be there. There will be, I think today is 13. No, this is the 6th round. So we have 14, 15, 16th is the last day. 3 more rounds. 3 more rounds would be there. Mayur says, Amruta, I met Paddy Upton in Bangalore airport. Arre, kya baat hai. Had a great chat with him. Just came to know he's still helping Gukesh going forward, and also Indian hockey. Wow, Mayur, thank you for sharing this with us. Yeah, Sagar had interviewed him before the World Championship, and it was a very good interview. Of course, Gukesh has been talking about him, and Paddy, in fact, had recommended a book which was A New Earth by Eckhart Tolle, and it's really a beautiful book, guys. If you love to read, that's the book which is our favorite as well. And there are so many things to learn from that and can help you in life. So, yeah, it was a very nice interview by Paddy. That's great to know, Mayur. Such nice comments, yeah. Thank you. Akhil Jaikumar has become the backer of Indian chess. Array. Thank you so much, because guys, all this membership amount goes to the laptop fund for the young talents, and we have all the details there. Last year we collected more than 8 lakh rupees, and that is going for a laptop. It's the article is published. You can check it out on ChessBase India. Indian best move is f5, but bishop gets dead after that. Why is that? Asks Deepanshu. f5 is complex. We analyzed it. It doesn't go dead, but it kind of has a lot of ideas, opening up your queen on g5, supporting e4, and getting rid of these deflection problems. So hey, wait a second. f5 cd5, what was it we were looking at? f5 cd5 queen h4 Man, this looks deadly. D takes e6. F takes e6. Look at the structure which is protecting the king in the center. Oh my god. Imagine now if this pawn was on a5, queen a4 would have been so deadly. Oh my god. So that a5 move at some point when white makes, I think Alireza would be calculating such kind of variations. And now with this whole space over here which is not filled by pieces, of course black king is weak, but because white's pieces cannot immediately reach there, it is still fine. It is still fine with the pressure over here and the bishop over here attacking the isolated pawn. But fe6, if let's say white goes queen b3 attacking here, like in the sense keeping an eye over here, then unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable. You know what? Pragg made a move. We'll go there. Long castle. Black can actually consider long castle. Ye position thoda crazy hai. Gukesh needs to think over here, but going to Pragg's game. Pragg has gone rook a1. Let's go. Rook a1 in the picture. Now is the time for Duda to take a decision whether to sacrifice his queen for the compensation or to go passive with knight b1, allowing knight d5. What is your prediction, guys? What is Duda going to play here? What is Duda going to play over here with white pieces? We all know his style. And Pragg is down to 34 minutes. He is taking care of time. So I'm very glad. While we are looking at Pragg's game, guys, would you quickly like to know how is Vaishali doing today? Vaishali is also playing with the black pieces against Alexandra Koschenuk, and this is her position. Looks pretty decent, though it is very slight edge for white, but this is very fine. Okay, Duda has made the move. We'll come back over here, and Duda sacrifices the queen. That's Duda's style. Rook a1, queen a1, knight a1, rook a1. He says, I'm so sorry, I cannot go passive with the move knight b1. Allowing you knight d5 just doesn't feel good. So he goes takes, rook takes a1. Yeah, it's like right now he has given, what has he got for the queen? In return for the queen, he's got a knight, one knight over here, and he's got one rook over here, and pawns are equal. So only rook and knight. If you have to count like the points, yeah, if we say, okay, the value of the rook is 5, the knight is 3, 8 points over there, and the queen is 9, it's like Pragg is a pawn up over here. And the advantage also, if you see, it's like at least by the engine 0.7, so roughly like that. But I will tell you guys, this is the best try. This is a, like, you know, being active and trying to fight, then being passive, because that is always, being passive always leads to more problems, you know, eventually more loss of material. But being active, even if you are this similar material down, it kind of helps you to put pressure even on your opponent. So right now, obviously Pragg's king is in the center. No doubt that he will short castle. He will firstly say that, okay, let me just get my king safe. And then the rook is on the, wait a second, maybe there is, would you like to consider a move like knight a6 stopping? Look at this. One move wrong, okay guys. Ek move, you just a slight slip, and look at the kind of compensation white can get. Can you even believe it? Socho. The rook is like, okay, you blocked one file. I don't mind it. I have another file. Rook on b1. It has a target to attack on b7. And then black's king is still in the center. So there will be ideas to take care of. So rook b1, and white is very happy. How are you going to defend this? Because even this bishop is going to open up. So that is the real issue, because you can't keep the queen on c7. It would be a Wait a second. It cannot. There's no disco, yeah? There is no disco because the guy which will give the disco is not defended. So, unfortunately for white, nothing with knight b5 or knight d5 works. But the problem is, if one of the knight reaches b5, then it's a deadly position. And there jumps knight d4, opening this, attacking this, threatening this. So, Pragg has to be careful. Pragg is better, but he will have to play very accurately over here, and that is what Duda has done a great job in sacrificing his queen. Sai Prasad is saying 1k likes completed. क्या बात है? सागर कहाँ है? So then it is going to be amazing, guys. Sagar will come. Let's go to Gukesh's board because he has made the move. Oh, King F8. Oh my god. Not a good move. But wait a second. Is there anything which we are missing over here? Any trap, any trick? Gukesh still has 20 minutes more. By the way, Alireza needs to make 22 moves in 26 minutes. Alireza has to make a lot of moves in lot less time. But obviously he's a very strong player, but this is going to put pressure. Why is this move not a very good move? What is the problem? What is white going to do here, guys? What are your suggestions? What are your suggestions for white? Because let's say if I go a natural move, c takes d5, then knight takes d5, and yeah, this is not attacked it. Whenever you move the knight, then there is f5. So you can't even attack this very easily. Maybe you can go queen c2 and try to attack, but then I will take the knight over here because if you take with the rook, then f5. Okay, then still I get f5 and then my queen opens up. This is a very good one. So you can't do that. So king f8, I think what white will need to do is still to maintain the tension. He'll have to maintain the tension, but with king f8, the problem is it's a little slow. So all these ideas with f5 or rook g8 are, like it's slow. It's waiting for white to decide what to do. But queen b3 is a very powerful move. Queen b3 would be a very powerful move over here. And if Alireza finds this move, then Gukesh could land up in some trouble. Though practically he is thinking that maybe the queen on the queen d7 and then there are things over here happening. I'm not sure, guys. I'm not sure what is going on in his mind. But there is queen d2 as well because queen b4 check looks deadly plus some loose pieces. In fact, queen d2, now that I see this, it looks much more dangerous than queen b3. Also, this is defended. So all those ideas with rook g8, knight h3, knight f2 are gone. Okay, king f8 is going to put lot of trouble. What about c5? A move where, if white plays, it's a positional mistake because black's king is weak and then the center is closed. Yes, hello. Yep, hello, hi.
Hi, can you send me the link?
Yes, I can send you the link, of course. आपको कौन link नहीं भेजेगा रे?
अरे thank you sir.
अरे गाइस देखो देखो कौन आ रहा है और आपने तो ऑलरेडी यू हैव मेड 1000 लाइक्स. होप सो हुआ है ना 1000 लाइक्स. तो देन सागर को बोलेंगे ज्वाइन करो. Oops, I forgot to look at the chat. But guys, like the stream. Yes, Anjani says absolutely done. Thank you so much. Let's go, Mr. Sagar Shah. I'm sending you the link. जल्दी जल्दी join करना. Book is drinking water. Guys, we have engines over here. This position is extremely complex. And I'm telling you, I'm sure that they are not assessing it as better for white. They are assessing it as dangerous. White has to be careful, black has to be careful. That's how they both are going to be careful. But it is dangerous, guys. You cannot easily assess this position. So, yep, that's what I feel. Let's see. अरे सागर शाह, are you joining in? फोन करो when you join in. अगर मैंने नहीं देखा तो मुझे इधर जूम कुछ अलग ही दिख रहा है. India versus USA is on October 4th. Pankaj says, in Prague game, can we explore the line bishop c3, knight d5? Yes, we can. That's why we are here to explore. Prague made a move. Let's go, guys. Let's go. जहाँ पे भी move हो जाए वहाँ पे फटाफट. We will also have to move. So, short castle done. Short castle done. First thing, the king is safe. Back rank is safe. This b2, no, not b2, b7 is slightly weak. अरे किधर है सागर? So, I don't know where is he, but let's see. Castle किया हुआ है. So now guys, again the same question for me. Why not rook b1 and attack the pawn on b7? Okay, how is black going to defend this pawn? You can't push the pawn wherever you go. It is hanging. And if you want to defend it, then the only way is with the queen. Oh yes, there we go. Yes, hello, 1 second. 1 second, I'm getting you. Actually, Zoom कुछ अलग ही दिख रहा है. 1 second रुक. OBS virtual camera मैंने start भी किया है. But, oh hi, yeah, you are here. Are you able to see it now, virtual camera? हाँ. किया ना, वही तो बता रही हूँ. अच्छा OBS में नहीं किया. अच्छा सॉरी. जूम में ही किया. ठीक है, अभी देखो. डन. अभी देखो. रुक. क्या? नहीं, मुझे ना नहीं, पूरा ब्लैंक ही दिख रहा है मुझे. ठीक है, तुम बात करो तब तक. वही आ रहा था, वो ब्लू कलर का जूम दिख ही नहीं रहा था. ब्लैक ही दिख रहा है, ब्लू का ब्लैक दिख रहा है. वापस भेजती हूँ. Okay, let's go guys. We will try stay here so that we can have Mr. Sagar Shah and analysis. हाँ अभी आया. ठीक है, चल दिख जाएगा. This is cool. Send him the link. ज्वाइन करो. सागर शाह भेजा है. ओ सागर का ऑडियो भी नहीं था. गॉट इट. Yep. Okay, got it, guys. You were not able to hear him, but we are going to be... I think I've changed some setting. It should be good now, but let's see whenever he joins. Right now. Wait, your voice... say something so that people will know if your voice can be heard.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I think now yes. I can see the board.
Yes.
Oh my God. Duda versus Praggnanandhaa. Oh, where is Duda's queen? What the hell? How the hell?
Man, Pragg has played such an amazing opening.
I
Can't tell
believe
you.
it because I was saying like, oh, Duda Pragg looks like a draw English, the dull position. Suddenly I'm like, what? Where's the queen missing for
Okay,
white?
before we get into the analysis, Sagar Shah, this is a position which is insane. Already there is a, Duda had to give the queen. Basically, it was a queen sacrifice, but not with enthusiasm, with some desperation. Okay, and then we have Gukesh's game where Firouzja is down to 17 minutes. He has to make 22 minutes, and King F8 last move by Gukesh wasn't very good, but it's a very difficult position to assess on the board.
Yeah, I'm completely like confused what is happening in the Gukesh game because it seems like white's position is for choice because he has a knight beautifully on e3. He's striking the center with c4, knight to f5, and so on.
Yeah, your voice is getting cut. बीच में. I can understand that you're very, very excited though. That I can get it. But hello, Sagar, are you back?
Yeah, Amruta.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm back. I was saying like white's position looks difficult, but I mean looks preferable, but black also. Can you hear me?
बहुत टूट रहा है सागर. कहाँ पे हो तुम?
Hello. आवाज टूट रहा है. Okay,
कहाँ पे
got
हो?
it.
कहाँ पे हो?
Fine. Can I do a normal call also then?
No. Wait,
Then we
now
can
it's
just have
fine.
my audio.
Just tell me na where you are.
Yeah, I'm just at the bridge.
Okay, cool. You're coming. Okay, so King F8 and Duda is thinking, guys, over here. Sorry, Gukesh Alireza is thinking down to 15 minutes here. If you look at the video, just to show you here, about to make a move, Guki is wearing his jacket. It means it's cold over there. And quickly going to Pragg's game because Rook B1, the move which we were looking at, has been played and Pragg is thinking how to defend it. But Sagar, how will you try and defend this
D5,
pawn?
right?
Knight d5, which looks very natural,
Knight D5.
but तुम्हारा pawn गया. Knight takes d5, bishop takes d5.
Bishop takes. How is it gone?
Oh, pawn नहीं गया actually.
Ah.
Actually, wait a second. There are some good moves over here which are like rook c5. And like why I find this position difficult is there are number of times when white is getting the compensation if black slips. And
If
the
I
way
play
black
bishop
is slipping
C6?
is very natural moves. So I am a bit, doubtful about the
So
position.
let's say I play bishop C6 here.
Okay, bishop c6. Then a good idea. The good idea is to try and exchange the best defender.
D2.
Yep, there you go. You found it. Knight d2. If I take, king takes g2. Now again this is hanging. Again, how are you going to defend this? Because I'm going to double over here. And there is also things to take care of. Oh, he goes knight d5. He goes knight d5, the move which you said. And we may be landing in a position where there's not too much. There's not too much. Because what was important, Sagar? A move here is a move which I would never consider. Yeah? Imagine you have to take this knight. Looks so ugly that you have a beautiful bishop and you are giving it up, right?
But am I not getting knight d5 next?
Yes, but for the sake of the pawn, so much. Like let's say if I go, you're also getting the bishop back.
Yeah.
Oh my god, then how did I miss it? Wait, now that I think of.
Yeah, it's not such a difficult move, right?
The problem is to consider bishop c3 as a candidate move is difficult. Because if you see rook c3, then knight d5 is easy.
Right. And if now rook c2, for example.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If you will take.
Knight e3, fe3, and now bishop d5. I think this one should be very good. Or even if not bishop d5, we can go
b6.
queen d6.
b6,
queen
but
d6.
rook b2. And now queen
Queen
d6.
d6.
Yeah, you have to give this pawn and you
King
have to go
h2.
for this one. King
King
f2, then
h2.
rook b8. Once you have a passer, then you have high chances.
Yeah, I think Praggnanandhaa could have done bishop c3. I don't know if it's as big as a missed opportunity, but it was surely a very nice move, no?
Very nice move, but as I said, like initially only for me to consider bishop takes c3 is very difficult. So he went
Right.
knight d5, thinking maybe practically this is a better chance. Now we are going to go into knight d5, bishop d5 for sure. And once again, Duda has to find rook c5. It's not like if let's say he goes knight d2 now, Sagar,
Yeah.
then black is happy by takes, and you defend a pawn by queen a8 because there are some b5 checks.
Or you can do queen d5
Queen d5 here with a check, huh? Okay.
and rook d8.
And knight f3, rook b8, bishop a7 is a problem, no, all the time. Okay, maybe not now. What's the
And now
problem here
rook
if I go
d2.
bishop a7?
Bishop a7, rook a8.
Oh. Acha, you just have. Okay. No problem. So then a good move here is rook b6.
Ah, nice.
And rook c5,
Then
rook
maybe
b5 is a
Amruta,
threat.
okay. Queen a8 is such a good move, yeah.
Yeah,
Queen
queen 8
a8
is an
we can
important
understand
move. Only when we
in
see queen.
hindsight.
So that's
Because
why
when
the
we
many of the moves, Sagar, over here which are there, na, they are not normal. Thoda different. So it's not easy. Bishop d5 happening on the board. Oh, by the way,
Amruta,
Gukesh's game. Let's go to Gukesh's game.
let's go. Gukesh's game is super crazy, like it always is between Alireza and Gukesh.
So King f8,
Oh my
Queen
God.
b3 finds the best move. Alireza has to find this move and it does that. And now huge pressure on Gukesh, guys.
So now the d5 pawn is under pressure. But can we simply not take on d4?
Simply and d4 and take doesn't work because of many
Rook a d.
reasons.
Rook a d1.
Most easiest is c takes d5, Sagar. Because
d5.
if you take no, knight d5 has queen b4 stops. Okay. Got it. So first queen b4 check and then cd5. You are in trouble.
Wow. Oh my God.
So don't even think of bishop d4
Okay.
now.
Then maybe I should take d takes c4, no?
D takes c4. The problem is if I take knight c4, I'm very happy because of number of reasons, but I can even here I can take queen d4. Okay, very sharp.
Right.
The problem
So
here
bishop
is I
c4.
don't care. No, I don't care.
Oh.
b7. I'm blasting open
How
the position.
about bishop c4, by the way? Is it bad move?
No, it's
c4?
also a very good move. Bishop c4, very powerful.
Yeah.
So king f8 ke badle he had to play other things, but here queen b3 has been played by Alireza, and because Alireza will go in time pressure, I think it's not even easy for white such a position. So it's pretty complex.
Wow. Actually, Amruta, if not for king f8, what should have Gukesh played there?
Yeah, it was, we analyzed two options. Like, according to me, rook g8, which was natural, had some problems in the precise calculation if you miss something. So, the tough part was to play a move like d takes c4.
Okay.
Everything okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, d takes c4 because if knight c4, then always there is f5 with a disco on the knight. Okay. So this was one idea, but let's say if you want to go something simpler in terms of, you don't want to calculate dc4, f5 was very interesting. Though slight edge for white, but too much complex calculations. Like
Knight
when I
hf5?
tried to knight hf5, yes,
Queen
go on.
g5.
Queen g5 or even bishop f5 and then queen g5, both the options. So this
Because
I
now
think
threat is
allowing
knight
knight
h3
d6 check. Yes. Knight h3, knight f2 हो रहा है.
Wow. This was a great opportunity, for Gukesh, maybe.
Yes, I think knight d6 was a bit scary, Sagar. Like, look at this. You have to keep your king on e7. And then queen d2. You don't have knight h3 idea now. And queen
But
b4.
I can take your knight. King takes d6.
Exactly. So ये मतलब ऐसा intuitively you don't feel, no, even if you are getting a piece you want a king on d6.
Right.
So tough. I think it was a bit tough overall practically. So queen b3 आया है and now Gukesh is thinking. He will use a lot of his time, but oof, crazy games happening, guys. Like करो stream को. Sagar Shah is joining us very soon. He's walking on the streets of Ghatkopar.
Guys, फटाफट 1000 लाइक
हो
पे
गया
लेके जाओ
सागर,
सर.
1000 कब का हो गया?
ओ क्या बात है
हाँ, we
अमृता,
all prepared
congratulations.
for your welcome. So today crazy games are going on, and when our players are playing so crazy, people like करते हैं.
But I'm a bit afraid of Gukesh's position because Alireza is not only putting pressure on b7 but also on d5.
Yeah, I think he will go for a move like queen d7 or now maybe rook g8 also, and maybe he will not
How is
care
a move
about
like
queen b7.
how
It's a
is a move
mistake.
like rook b8, which is a very sad move, I understand, but I'm just
Uh,
defending everything.
yeah, I mean c takes d5. What's your plan?
Knight takes.
And now comes in bishop c4. The job on g2 is done.
And now I have a lot of pressure on uh, d5. So I need to somehow defend d5 or I need to. Oh, then queen d7 makes sense. No, Amruta, why should I play rook b8? Queen d7
Correct.
because later on I can also get rook d8. There.
So queen d7 still the best move. C takes d5,
Yeah.
knight d5.
Knight takes.
Now bishop c4.
Bishop c4, rook d8.
Okay. Now if you go rook d8, which is still
It's bad.
क्या
Knight
खेलोगे?
takes d5.
Knight takes d5 is fine, I think.
Bishop
थोड़ा सा.
d5. Bishop d5. Queen d5, queen d5. Rook d5, rook e4.
Oh, this will give me a good chances, no? Bishop d4.
Yeah, but it's a little sad,
And
right? The
guys, rook d1 and is white winning a piece?
Yes.
That's a question
That's a great
for all
question,
of
Amruta.
you. I'm not going to make the
Amazing
move
question.
here so that you can anyway think thoda sa. Is rook d1 a good move? Koresh is saying, sorry for asking, I saw it was getting dark. How soon does it get dark in India? India mein it gets dark at यहाँ पे now 7 o'clock.
7 p.m. And it gets bright around 6 a.m.
Black you is saying Sagar still have wired earphones because he wants to stay close to Amruta while both are listening the same song. That seems like a fantasy, but because he cannot take care of the Bluetooth earphones, we are very forgetful in general. And
Yeah,
also
wired
very
earphones
messy.
are not very expensive. So.
Okay, yes, guys, you are right over here. We have 15 people finding the right answer. Siddesh, Pushkar, Saurabh, Srinath, Azmaiye, Rishabh, Asha, Matin, Ryan, and Praveen. That's the right move. Bishop takes f2 and you win the disco, which is not protected. So, ulta hi ho gaya. Okay, so this was a nice variation, but I think if you play like this, then Gukesh will have some drawing chances. And it's also natural to play like this. So what white had to improvise on was to take with the bishop. Bishop d5, bishop d5. And understand that the knight is better than the light square bishop. Which is a bit tough, yeah? Hai na? It's a bit tough. But to know that the knight on f5 is so powerful, this connection has to be understood. Knight e3 and knight f5, very powerful together.
Right.
Okay, so we'll go to Pragg's game, Sagar, because Pragg is down to 14 minutes and Duda has found a move. Oh my god, rook c5. He finds it. He finds it.
Yeah.
Insane.
But but, but I still
Now,
feel that there is some hope or not. Because
yes, I mean,
imagine, Amruta, like for example, you said bishop c6, knight d2,
yeah, bishop c6, knight d2.
bishop g2, king g2,
Maybe then why
and
bishop c6? No, anyway, he's going to go knight d2.
yeah,
Anything
and
which is
I'm just
improving?
coming to this position
Okay.
which I wanted to.
Bishop
Ah, okay, we
g2,
can go even
king
queen d7
g2,
actually.
and
No,
queen
queen
a8.
knight e7. Ah, and now
Now
queen
rook
a8.
c
Okay,
b5.
right. And imagine I can defend that pawn with rook d8, but if I decide to just play something like rook, I don't know.
Rook
Oh,
c8 is a very
king.
good, very interesting move. Giving up the
Yeah.
pawn on b7 because it's a
No, no,
pin.
no, 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 rook b8. Right.
तुम
Yeah.
चलते
So
चलते
rook.
भी काफी अलर्ट हो.
Yeah. So I think rook d8 or rook c8 there
Hmm.
in that position,
Hmm.
and then if white will even let's say knight f3 for example,
Hmm.
trying to win the pawn now, and white wins it, then it
नहीं,
should
rook
be an
c7.
easy draw.
हाँ, if you win it,
Yes.
then definitely. In fact, I'm not even sure if white will also try.
But
But
but now it's not easy to win the pawn. Suppose on b7,
hmm.
then black can definitely create some pressure, right? Like I can go
How
now
can you
next
ever
move.
push your pawn to b5?
I can't push, but I can go queen a2. I can try and see if I can attack e2. I can start pushing my pawns in the center, e5, f5. So I think
Hmm.
the it is equal, but maybe Pragg will press here.
Really, you think?
Yeah,
Okay. I'm not sure actually because I find it a very good compensation for white.
I mean white structure is so beautiful with those five
Yeah.
pawns
This
together
is
and all,
like there's not much weaknesses only. Like they are all
but on the other
what
hand,
a joint family, yeah? It's like that.
true.
Hmm.
Let's see what Pragg comes. He plays bishop c6, by the way. That's a
Yes.
good. It felt like the right move, and now knight d2 is most
Knight
likely
d2
what
we are
Duda will
expecting.
do.
Correct.
Yes, let's go to Gukesh's game because Gukesh, how much time does he have on the clock?
He has
31
31
minutes.
minutes and he's still thinking because it's a pretty tough position here now.
Yeah, it
In
is
fact,
tough.
he
It
had
is
to
tough.
think a lot for the move king f8 Sagar. He had 1 hour 7 minutes. So he almost had 40 minutes more than Alireza. And for king f8, he used 20 minutes. And I think now again he is using
Hmm.
another 20 minutes. So something was
Yeah,
missed. Yeah. I don't know how they are assessing right now though at this moment. Maybe slight edge
I
for white. I think
definitely
slight
feel.
edge.
I definitely feel Gukesh feels the pressure. No, right now.
Yes, I mean he will be, but whether white is plus 1.2 or
Can we
something
have
like
the
that.
full screen
Oh
of
yeah,
Gukesh
wait,
and see
wait,
the
wait,
body
wait.
language? Maybe.
I'm just moving the board.
Yeah, Alireza is gone. He is not on the board. Gukesh is thinking. Yeah, it does feel like if you look at his body language, I personally think when Gukesh is moving a bit and so on, he is more confident. Like, but
Hmm.
when he's in one posture or one pose, it does feel that he's under some pressure.
Yeah. No, definitely he's under pressure.
Yeah,
Zero
I do
doubt.
feel like he is trying to because there are no good moves that you can find for black actually now.
But
Sometimes you have all your beautiful pieces on the attack, open G file and all, and then all of a sudden they all look misplaced. Like that is the worst feeling. Like you don't even realize where you have gone wrong.
Sagar, but there was a moment where he found an like amazing move, yeah, which was like I was even
Who?
looking at Gukesh. Gukesh actually over here for 93, computer suggested a top move. And I was like, come on, how are you even going to even think of it? It cannot even be in your mind. And here at this moment, look at
D5.
this. D5. He plays D5 with rook on E1, king on E8, with all these exchanges which are happening. And he was very alert that he was getting this. So I this was like an amazing play which he found, closing the center. Bishop also E6, all very well played. यहाँ पे he had to go for F5 or DC4 or Rook G8, one of those moves which was possible. Somewhere he miscalculated, I think, and he was gone King F8, and now he's thinking. Nevertheless, yeah. And about Pragg over here, Rook C5 is gone, Bishop C6. By the way, Sagar, how is the camp going on? How was it today?
Yeah, today was really very positive because today being a working day, we still had a lot of people who had come, and I was now people have finished so many sheets, so they are on those advanced sheets, which is so beautiful to see. It's
अरे
amazing.
क्या बात है, so cool.
Hmm.
And tomorrow is the last day. Okay, guys, for the camp, tomorrow is the last day. Anybody wants to go,
Yes,
please go. And
please
I
come.
love that the chat Sharanya is saying, as fans of Gukesh, we support him whether he will win or lose. Amazing.
Wow,
Oh,
that's
Gookie
that's
says,
so good.
bro. No, Sagar, today we had a, even when the stream started, I must tell you that the chat was like, go, 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 Gookie. And the chat was all very positive no matter what.
Did you play the
So
song
I
today?
didn't. That's what. In fact, I started exactly at 6 or maybe even 1 minute late. I was just too kind of late in a way. But very positive attitude today in the chat.
Uh,
Yeah. Oof. So the bishop c6 played over here, and guys, Caruana, by the way, was playing with Deac, and if we remember, he had 1 hour more because he had surprised Deac with the Vienna opening. But look at this now. Caruana is down to 20 minutes. Deac is now having 17 minutes on the clock, and the position is also very slight, like almost nothing. And 14 moves are done, 26 moves for both of them to be made. Caruana having 20 minutes, Deac having 17 minutes. It is insane what this Deac guy is able to do. Sagar is gone. कहाँ गए? Did he end the call or what? Maybe he is in the lift, guys. Almost about to reach home. That's my guess. I wasn't looking at where he was, but this is Deac. I mean, it's insane, yeah. I can't even believe. Here, look at it. 1 hour 30 minutes at Caruana for Caruana, and here Deac took so much time for short castle, and Caruana didn't take time again. Bishop e6, Queen e2. यहाँ पे first time he kind of thought Rook e8, Queen d2. The Queen had to move a lot because it was misplaced over here. Now it rerouted. But Bishop b4, and you know what, Caruana? Oh, here look at how much time Caruana took. Oh my god. He had one. Oh, he is played by the way. He had 1 hour 17 minutes, and he thought for 50 minutes. We have to come here. We have to come here. As of now, I want to see what Gukesh Queen b3, Queen d7 has played. Okay, Gukesh has played Queen d7, and Alireza is thinking he's down to 15 minutes. Oops, bell baja. Wait a second, guys. Yeah, we'll go to the Deac's game because it was definitely insane what I was showing you. But over here, a few moves have happened. So right now, we need to stay here. Queen d7, c takes d5, knight takes d5. Will Firouzja go bishop c4? Because he needs to go bishop c4. If he plays anything else, it's like Gukesh is back in the game. Yeah, he's about to play bishop c4. He makes the move very quickly with 15 minutes on the board, on the clock. Firouzja also needs to make 19 moves, so it's good enough time for a position like this. But now Gukesh is gonna go rook d8, and here once again Firouzja will he find a move bishop d5, which is the best move. This is where we are going to Pragg's game, going to Praggnanandhaa's game here.
Go and have food.
Yeah, wait a second now. But I want to do it now. Your things. I'm in the middle of something. I'll go now. 5 minutes.
Oh,
Bishop
he played
c6, knight e5, bishop g2, king g2. And now black is thinking here. Once again, as we were looking at queen 8 is something he needs to do. Go Sagar, but knight d7, knight b6. Okay, welcome Sagar Shah. Finally. Yeah, there we go. And how many subscribers do we have now? Wait a second.
Let's
Oh,
go.
20. Look at this number. 25, 26, 25, 65.
Nice.
Guys, let's make it 700.
50 more people. Do subscribe. And Badrinath Kulkarni, thank you for your contribution on helpchess.org. And Pragg does go queen to a8. And guys, if you are careless, imagine you make a move d4. Why is this a massive blunder? Guys, let's see how many of you are alert. It's a very nice disco divane. Disco divane. And we have a huge number of people finding the right answer. Kudos to Arjun Cheyur, Vidhan, Unknown, Bhagyashri, Akshat, Jash, Ashish, Vinny, शांति विपिन. क्या बात है अमृता, पूरा चैट को एकदम फुल ट्रेन हो गए भाई.
Amazing. And even Divyanshu says board result मेरे को 92% मार्क
अरे
आए.
congratulations all the SSC people. SSC या ICSC?
SSC. But guys,
SSC.
अच्छे मार्क है, but nobody is gonna really ask you much about these marks except for अभी admission, as we were discussing. So
हाँ तो
learn well. That's more important.
अच्छा है ना अमृता, पर अच्छे मार्क आए तो बुरा नहीं है उसमें.
Very cool. But problem होता है कि बुरे मार्क आता है तो दुख करते हैं.
अरे दुख नहीं करो दोस्तों,
हाँ, तो
अच्छे
इसके
में
लिए
खुशी रखो, बुरे में भी खुशी रखो. And right now queen a8, Amruta, the idea is to play b6 and
अरे
check.
अनुष्का को भी 95%. Everybody putting their report card. We had a
अरे
discussion in between also.
Anushka,
somewhere.
well done. I met someone in the camp who said they got 88%, so that was also a good score.
Wow.
And Amruta, now look at Pragg eating there.
Yeah.
कुछ तो खा रहा है भाई.
Walnut. Most probably walnut. Guys, walnut is a very good fruit, dry fruit for when you're playing chess.
Okay.
By the way, why did he not go knight d7 and knight b6? One question. Queen a2. Okay, queen a2.
No, first rook is hanging.
Yeah, your rook is also, na?
But check.
Acha.
Boom, 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 boom.
Blunder.
Boom,
Forced
boom,
knight
boom,
f3.
boom.
Now, what will he do?
I was wondering, Amruta, if you can
Draw
go
it.
queen a2. No, don't think about a draw. Rook c8. Play. You have to play rook c. You can't trade, otherwise my queen will be super strong. So you do this.
Pakka. Show me.
And
Show me.
Kya?
Rook c8.
Take.
So
queen
one
takes.
rook exchange favors white because that one rook cannot stop the b pawn.
Yes.
So that's why
I can go queen c6,
for-
b5.
for white it's very critical to keep two rooks.
Absolutely.
Two rook.
So when I go here, you have to keep, then I do this. And now there is no easy way for white to win the pawn. For example, you can do bishop here. I can put my rook here. You can block my pawn. But at the end of the day, I am going to put pressure here. And you all know Praggnanandhaa, what a fighter he is. And he's going to make Duda, of course, fight for that half a point for sure. And there we see Praggnanandhaa looking very motivated, and Duda looking very.
No, but 9 minutes.
Yeah, he has less time for sure. That is a problem. But Amruta, should we go to Gukesh's game, because now Gukesh made his move?
Okay, let's go. But also Pragg, kind of made it something like, where do you want to go? Full screen only or what?
Yeah.
Because Pragg made it something like he wasn't expecting like where have I landed in,
Right.
The position which he had was very good. इसके लिए.
So Amruta, here we.
And people are writing all the percentage they've got. 98%,
अरे क्या बात
80% in 2016.
अरे.
Niharika, arey, crazy.
So Amruta, Queen D7 played, defending B7, defending D5, defending E6, pawn takes pawn, knight takes, bishop went here, putting pressure. We see this line coming to life that we were analyzing. And I was actually discussing with you that maybe this is the move that I want to play, and it's actually the best move.
Correct.
But Gukesh
little difference.
jumps with the knight here, and now guys, there is a very powerful move that Firouzja has, which I believe Gukesh has something for it.
I think if you are talking about D5,
Yeah.
what happens for bishop takes E3?
Bishop takes.
But then you will
Arey, Amruta,
take rook E3, knight
bishop
D5.
E3 nahi. I think Gukesh has planned bishop H3.
But even with GH3, what's the plan?
Yeah, just come in with the queen and threaten this.
Hey, but the problem is your king. King, queen, B4 check is always a problem.
But how is it a problem?
in G7, then your G file is...
Yeah, I can go this
and
way.
knight
But
F5 check.
what if I go king?
Ooh, knight F5. Over. Finish. Rook E4 check, knight queen E7 mate.
But I also have a check here.
And I will also ask...
And unfortunately, after king H1, I have no mating ideas. Oh.
and
Because Amruta, I'm almost there at your doorsteps. I'm there. I want to checkmate you. But you are the first one to enter.
Yeah, that's true. That's a tough moment now, but some ideas, practical ideas, maybe he's trying to put some tricks and traps, some resources. Not sure what's up here. But we have Abhi saying that Sagar is looking fresh like Simla apple.
That's first time I heard.
Simla apple. I like that. We have to use that more.
By the way, guys, I have a very bad feeling for Gukesh's position here. And Alireza
I feel there will be a moment when Gukesh will...
turn it around. That always happens in his games, because he is always... And Anish Giri has already said it, that please don't see Gukesh's engine. Look at only his game at the end of it.
But only thing is Alireza, who has really played amazing in this game.
Amazing Reza.
Amireza.
Amireza.
He's played really cool. So Itachi says Pragg needs to play 16 moves in 8 minutes.
Whoa,
we'll go there.
That's a lot of moves to make. But guys, do you think that Gukesh might lose this one? Because D5 is giving white a huge advantage. In fact, the only move for black is bishop to G4. That is the only move here. But then Amruta, if there's no threat here...
Queen B4 check. Whenever there is no threat, I'm going to give a check.
Or
Queen
how
E3.
about attacking this pawn? Even.
No, that is...
I mean, this looks terrible actually. Because I go queen D6 defending this pawn.
Okay, then this is terrible. As of now.
Yeah.
Firstly, you'll have to find a lot. Maybe we can move to Prague's game because too much of time pressure, but the F pawn is lost.
Oh, what?
Sagar.
Oh my god. Not F pawn. B
Sorry,
pawn.
B pawn.
But Amruta, this is great news for Pragg.
How? How is
Because,
it?
because he got E2 pawn.
Oh. But
And I am actually very...
there are these two rooks. Sagar, and E7 is also losing. No, it's not. In fact, I am worried that white has better chances. Practical.
No, queen D3, you can win back the pawn.
Acha.
Yeah.
Oh, इसमें who can win? No, it's like a fortress.
Amruta, this is huge chances for black, I feel.
How? Give me one plan. Rook on back rank is something which you will see.
Definitely. This is one plan. Then another plan I'm thinking is if I could trade one pair of
Ha,
rooks.
if you trade one pair of rook, what is the position? Ye bhi batao, because I can always keep the rook on c1 and one rook on c7. So how is it over there?
I mean, it's very tough to win, but I think for Praggnanandhaa, this is a position with just two results are possible, which is great. I think he has no chances of losing this. Queen d3, just keep grinding for endless hours. There's no way that white can end this game instantly. So, I mean, that's all what you want.
Yeah, and generally he's a grinder.
Yes.
Like he keeps grinding, that's
Yes.
for sure. But 8 minutes, he has 8 minutes, and Duda knows to put pressure. My main worry was like the position which Pragg has now. And you know, Pragg has played the opening beautifully, like exceptionally beautifully. Okay, I just want to show you one moment, because over here he found this beautiful move bishop e6, understanding the b3 square is weak, and here he played knight b3, forced him to go to defend the c3, and you know what he played here?
Is it a5?
Yeah,
Oh.
so powerful. Look at this position. It was completely brilliant.
Queen trap.
I mean, he could go knight b1, but Duda made a very good decision of not going passive but going active here, active defense, and सब कुछ ठीक था. Short castle, and here from here we have been watching a tough move to consider, but yeah, and now we are over here. So yeah.
Yeah, this is the live position, guys. We are on move 26. 14 more moves to make to reach move 40, but time is not going to be a very huge factor here. Praggnanandhaa essentially has a queen for a rook and a knight. So that's the huge advantage that Pragg has. I mean, in terms of material, it's not huge, but at least a point advantage.
Yeah, and I also want a very important moment to point out in Fabiano's game, by the way, because यहाँ पे, as we know, Fabi was 1 hour more. You know, Sagar, I don't know whether you heard that. Here he thought for 50 minutes for a move.
Oh,
50 minutes.
wow.
And after bishop d3, he kind of d5, knight went, he took here, d4, it started becoming some crazy chess, queen h6, d takes c3, queen g5 check, king f8, and I don't know if he's gonna repeat here with a draw, because MVL,
Queen h6 check, he can also go in the center, right, and avoid a draw.
if he wants a fight, yeah, he can go in the center and he can avoid a draw. Fabi is down to 10 minutes, but you know what? Also, Wesley versus Aronian ended in a draw in 26 moves, but MVL versus Nodirbek ended in a draw with a repetition over here.
Oh my god.
So I was either thinking that maybe one of the player may not be, well, that is a possibility. Generally, Nodirbek never goes for a draw. MVL is leading, but he was white. So it was interesting. It was unexpected when it happened. But yeah.
So can we go to Gukesh's game?
let's-
I want to check Gukesh's game, because Pragg's
So
game
rook c7.
will remain like this for
One
a
second.
long time.
If you go queen d5 and you kind of pin it,
Yeah, rook d7.
and now can I get rook c8, rook c6, rook f6, or I cannot, because rook f7, no, you will.
I'll keep on attacking your
Hey,
queen.
how is that position? Rook c8, rook f7, queen f7, rook f7, king f7. Is that winning for you? Just to understand.
So let's say what Amruta
Rook
is
c8.
saying is
Nahi.
this.
Nahi re.
No, I understood. And then
Rook 8.
maybe
Chal.
bishop a7, rook d8,
8. Rook 8. Take it.
and this position,
Yeah,
right?
and bishop e3 go back. Is this winning or a draw? Draw, ye bhi shayad se draw. But I think black can press a bit. But still a draw. Yeah?
Yeah, this also looks drawish, Amruta, in nature. So,
Yeah.
so maybe you are right that Praggnanandhaa doesn't have very huge chances, especially with these two rooks on 7th rank. But Pragg would be looking for some tricks with his g pawn, Amruta. Bishop, put the bishop here, then try for g5 break slowly. I mean, try karna hai. Try to karna hi hai. You shouldn't accept a draw very soon, but could be a draw. And here we see Gukesh, by the way. Alireza, after knight f4, didn't play d5, Amruta. Has gone for a check. Now, a huge question, Amruta.
Yes, what's
Do
that?
you play queen e7 to block the check and trade queens, which is like,
Then gone, no?
at the end of the day, a very, very unfortunate position.
D5 anyway.
Yeah, d5.
Okay, but maybe you can still fight, yeah?
bd7.
No, the knight is irritating. Knight f5 and you lose e4. No, you can't do that.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
That looks really bad. So
So you
queen
have to
a3,
go king
I
g7.
go king g7 or king
Oh,
g8.
king g8 because you don't want knight f5 checks in calculation.
So now this position, guys, all those who are joining in right now might think that, hey, it's very complicated and stuff. But it's pretty clear that white is in the driver's seat with all his pieces being well placed, while black's pawn structure is quite bad.
Yeah. But it depends on how Alireza is going to manage his time as well.
Yeah.
Because if he wants to do something very elegant, then
He has only 7 minutes left to make 18 moves.
that's the only chance. I think Gukesh shouldn't come low on time.
Right.
No matter what. At least that's the practical chance.
And there we have both Alireza and Gukesh completely focused, zoned in for this fight. And Gukesh now has to make a very, very big decision. Should he trade queens? Should he keep it as it is the position, move his king away? Too many big questions. And Alireza and Gukesh always have had this very interesting fights in the world of chess. We remember candidates where Gukesh became and won the candidates because of his win over Alireza in the penultimate round. I think that was a very important 12th or 13th round. He scored that super key win, and Alireza, of course, is very keen to beat Gukesh. Oh, king g8 on the board, guys. Gukesh is going for it. Good or bad, खेलना है बस, यही खेलना है guys, इसे ही. Because now Gukesh is saying to Alireza that, okay, my king is terrible, I know it, my rook is terrible, but I'm not trading queens, I'm going to keep my chances alive. Azmai says bishop takes e6. Well, then f takes e6, and I'm not really sure who benefited out of this trade because this square is controlled. Knight d1, f5. Looks so bad, guys. f5 is just a huge blunder. Can you tell me why? White to play and win. Guys, let's see how many of you are alert in this chat and how many of you are hungry, because it's dinner time here in India, and I think many of you must be very, very hungry for food. But what you should be hungry about in this position is a wayward knight which can be captured, which is what has been said by Ankush Goel, Gary Kasparov, Kumar Varun Sai, Ruet Khandelwal, yes, Shifa, Cosmos, Upendra, Azmayan, Vijay Suryavanshi. Superb job, guys. Queen g3 check is working here and you win the knight. So can't go f5 here. Knight d1 is such an amazing move. e4 pawn needs to be defended. Not so easy. So this move here after king g8, bishop takes bishop, is a super strong move. But Alireza down to 5 minutes, guys. 5 minute बचे सिर्फ 5 मिनट.
हम जाएंगे full screen पर. 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 50 seconds as Alireza looks at the board. He's also looking at his score sheet. He's then thinking कि भाई करे तो करे क्या यहाँ पर. Time is ticking down and Gukesh is not relenting. Ambition पे ambitious move करते जा रहा है बंदा. तो इसको अगर मुझे सबक सिखाना है, if I want to beat him, I need time on the clock. And guys, chess is not just about things happening on the board. It is also about what is happening on the clock. Clock पे बहुत important, very important about to see what is happening on the clock. Guys, ये आवाज कैसा लग रहा है? How is the voice quality? मजा आ रहा है कि नहीं दोस्तों? 18 more moves says Ganesh Babu. Yes, Ganesh Babu, lot of moves have to be made. Ankit Kumar says superb. अरे intimate. बहुत मजा आ रहा है. मस्त. Yes भाई, it is good. मजा. अरे crazy. Very great audio quality now. Guys, 3 minutes 30 seconds for Alireza Firouzja. Oh my god. Aniket says quality आवाज. अरे thank you Aniket भाई. Yes, very good audio quality. Wow. क्या बात है. But now guys, 3 minutes left for Firouzja. I'm pretty sure that Alireza is going to push his central pawn down the board. D5. Because that move is just complicates the matter. In white's favor though. It's a great move. Guys, we'll go to Pragg's game very, very soon. Yes, we have very bad news. Mushishi says Vlastimil Hort died. Yes, he was an absolute legend. In fact, ChessBase in Germany have written some beautiful articles about him over the years. An absolutely great chess player. Hort passed away today. Shrikant Chamarti says, please keep this audio quality. This is awesome, Sagar. Come on, Gookie, bye. Turn it around. But guys, Alireza down to 2 minutes. Bhai, Alireza, itni der kya soch raha hai? What are you thinking, Alireza? That's just too much of thinking. Less than 2 minutes. Oh my god. It seems like Alireza is trapped. He's not able to make a move. He's not able to make a move, guys. Harshit bhai kidhar hai? Dosto, Harshit bhai today may join, may not join. I'm not sure. He might be busy as he's at home in Pune. But if he joins us, will be amazing. If not, he may join us tomorrow. He's very soon coming to Mumbai for the big chess inter-school tournament, Simul. So we are going to have a lot of fun with him here. People who want to see Pragg's game, guys, please let Alireza make a move. He's down to a minute. He's about to make a move. He's bringing his hand up, but he's not making. अरे भाई Alireza 1 minute. क्या चल क्या रहा है भाई? Oh my god. Less than 1 minute. Insane. You have to make 18 moves, and you can see Gukesh. I'm sure he's feeling more confident with Alireza's time usage. This is just insane usage of time. I mean, I've never seen Alireza being so indecisive. Look at him. He's like, I want to make this move. Oh, he was going to move the knight or what? What? Where does this knight go, by the way? I don't even know. Isn't this bishop hanging if you move the knight? What? Knight f5. Whoa. What a move by Firouzja. But a mistake. A total mistake here, guys. Gukesh is back in the game. But what a move. Firstly, can anyone tell me why is this a massive blunder? Let's go to the analysis board now. Why is this a massive blunder, guys? White to play. Let's see how many of you can guess what Alireza is thinking. Yes, guys, on the prowl here. Ankush Goel, Dhanush, Kumar, Azmain, Jojo, Tathagat, Ronaldo, Kaustub, Aryaman, Adapt. Superb. Brilliant job, guys. The move here is the stunning Queen G3 check. And I'm trying to win your rook. If you go here, I come in with a check and win your rook at the very least. And if you go down here, Knight G6, and you might think, hey, everything's good. But boom, bam, takes here. If you take on F5, I have Knight E7 winning the knight. If you take here, I take on G6 with a check. King F8. Here, Queen F6, King G8. And I mean, there might be many ways to win, but how do we include another final piece into the attack, guys? This is a very key moment for you. One more piece needs to come into the attack. White to play. What do you do? Let's see. This is a tough one, and I doubt if many of you will find it, but white to play. Yes, there are three moves which are getting a lot of, which are correctly being mentioned here. And I think all three moves very good. I guess so. The moves that are being spoken about here are Rook A3 first. That is a beautiful move. Rook E3 also playable. Very good move. And Rook E4 also playable. So all are winning. So clearly Gukesh cannot win this bishop. That is out of question. He cannot take here. Then what to do, guys? Bishop F5. Isn't Alireza losing a piece here? Well, Alireza's only plan here is not to take here when queen is winning, but to go Queen G3. This is an impeccable move. And now the knight is hanging. So next move I'm threatening. So you want to play knight block. I take here, and guys, white to play. What's the move? This is an easy one, but I want all of you to answer this. White to play. What is the winning move here? Oh, Praggnanandhaa drew. Oh my God, that's huge news. Praggnanandhaa drew. And I was thinking like he might fight, but no, there was nothing here. I was a bit too optimistic about his chances. Nothing happened here, and game has ended in a draw, which means Pragg is unbeaten with 1 win and 5 draws. Gukesh now. Yes, this is the correct move. Queen to G6. This is the absolute correct move, which is after Bishop F5, Queen G3, Knight G6, Knight G6, Bishop G6. Boom bam is the correct move, and we have so many of you finding the right answer. Magnus Nakamura, Gary Kasparov, Dhanush, Manan, Atharva, Ronaldo, Ankush, Hassan, Shifa, Vendores. Well done, guys. All of you found this very well done. And so the way in which this position is equal is after Bishop F5, Queen G3, not King F8. Not King F8, because then Queen F4. But the move is Bishop G4. That's a brilliant move. And believe it or not, guys, after queen takes f4, Alireza assessed this position as better for him. And I would not blame him to do so, because his knight is well positioned here looking at these squares. His queen is attacking this pawn. This pawn is weak. But I guess what he did not anticipate here was rook e8, queen takes f6, and now this crazy move, which I think Firouzja thought, hey, I'm going to win this position here. My queen is beautiful. Everything is great. But actually there is a mind-blowing defensive idea here. Black to play, guys. This is what Gukesh may have to find in his calculation way ahead of time if he has to go for this line. No, not rook e6, guys. Rook e6, there is bishop e6. Very tough move. Very tough. Parikshit Jain. Wow, you found it, huh, Parikshit? Actually, guys, well done all of you who are giving the wrong answer because you are not using engines and you are thinking on your own. Rook h7 is the crazy move, the only move to hold this. And this actually helps black to equalize the game. In fact, now it could be anyone's game. So let's go full screen now and try to think. Guys, Gukesh has 11 minutes, 44 seconds. Firouzja has only 47 seconds. Gukesh is looking for his first win in this tournament. Firouzja, on the other hand, has had one win and one loss. He's on 50%.
Chandra is asking, why is this move so difficult?
Chandra Bhushan, the move is difficult because there are so many other natural moves. So let's say I take queen g3, bishop g4, queen f4, rook firstly has to find. Oh, Gukesh blunders. Gukesh makes an error. My goodness. Instead of finding this, he goes bishop b8, which gives him a very, very bad position. But Alireza now has to find the idea. He goes for a check, which is fine. I think he has to play knight g6. Other all moves are just lost. Because if you go king f8, there is queen g7 with a mate. So knight g6. Bishop takes e6. I think Firouzja has calculated this already fully. Now you can't take with the f pawn. Your knight is hanging. So you must take with the queen. He takes it back. Queen takes. And now the queen is hanging. The queen is hanging. Guys, Firouzja must play queen e3. He finds it. Beautiful move. And now both the knights well placed. Queen e4 is threatened. I can go bishop f4, but then queen takes e4 is coming. Guys, Gukesh is going to be in trouble here. Big trouble, not just small.
What's the best way?
The best way now to play after queen e3 for Gukesh is to take the knight. But take the knight. I want to go f5, but there is check and I lose the f5 pawn.
Still better to win that.
Yeah, look at this. The bishop limits the rook. The king limits the other rook. Alireza is a genius in time travel, says Sanchit. I cannot disagree to that. He is a genius. What is the best move? By the way, guys, Praggnanandhaa has just drawn his game. All the update coming in from the tournament there. Gukesh has to be very, very resourceful here to find a move to actually trick Alireza, because while Gukesh's position is lost, it's almost beyond salvation here. The point that is in his favor is the time, the clock. He can actually play quickly and also good moves which can put Firouzja under pressure. Not at all easy. Guys, we have some results. Let's update the bars with the results. We have, I think, 2-3 results that have happened already. We have 3 draws. Duda Pragg, So Wesley versus Levon Aronian, Maxime versus Nodirbek drawn, and Caruana, by the way, is in slightly better position here against Deac. So only Gukesh and Caruana games are left. And right now, guys, we are on Gukesh game. 9 minutes left. Satvik says something might be there, but Satvik, what to play? Think about it. Like, I'm right now equal pawns. I'm losing my pawn here. It's not like Gukesh has something that he can crazily complicate the game. And when you don't have any resource, this is lost. Aha, bishop a7 played. Putting pressure here. And Amruta, at the very least, we can take here queen takes e4, queen takes e4, rook takes e4, and white is just a pawn up. This is at the very least. And if Firouzja gets super ambitious, no, he does not. He's like, why to get ambitious when I have a simple winning move? Queen e4, good move. Knight takes pawn. Knight takes knight. And now there are 2 moves that are winning actually. Very interesting. One is if I take with the queen here, there is queen takes knight. So I need to be slightly careful. One is to take back with the knight. The other is I go for a check. King g7 and queen h4. That's the other way to play. But I think Firouzja is ready to take back with knight h4, which is also very strong, guys. And I think to Gukesh, it's of course clear that he's lost here. But can he try to figure out something? Harshit Sai Teja says, Sagar bhai, can Pragg qualify to the candidates? I definitely think he can. Firouzja shaking his head, but for what? Firouzja, you're totally winning in so many ways. At least 2 ways here. He goes for a check with just 9 seconds left. That's a great move. Now king g7 forced. Because king f8, there is queen h4, which would be even stronger. So king g7, take here. Queen is attacked. Queen g4. And yeah, there are some drawing chances for black because the bishop is strongly placed. And if the queens are traded, it will look good. But it's still a far way off. to fight for the half point. Guys, this is move number 28. So much at stake here in this game. Guys, what do you think? Let's have a poll on our chat. What do you think? Will Firouzja actually convert this? Let me put up a poll. Will Firouzja convert his advantage against Guki? Yes, he will. No, he will draw the game. And finally, I'm going to put up the final option. No, he will lose the game. Let's see what the chat feels. Guys, Gukesh now plays his king to g7. He takes here and now queen comes to g4. Good move by Gukesh. Can't take here. I feel like this helps black immensely. And now this move rook e4 is super strong, but Firouzja has to find it in 40 seconds. Guys, in the poll we have 62% thinking Firouzja will convert his advantage, 21% think it will be a draw, and 18% think Firouzja will lose. Oh my god, he took it. Wow, he didn't play rook e4. So again, Gukesh may have some chances if Gukesh manages to pull out a draw from here. That would be huge. That would be huge. He does play rook e4. And now king f8 instantly played by Gukesh. Instant. Guys, king f8 by Gukesh. He brings his rook into the center of the board and immediately Gukesh responds with his rook coming into the center. Good move by Gukesh. He's really putting pressure on Alireza Firouzja's clock. 20 seconds. And I think Gukesh once again might do the Houdini act of saving a completely lost position. And look at Firouzja. With just 4 seconds on the clock, he takes. He's so unhappy. He's like, where did I lose my advantage? Well, Firouzja, you didn't have to trade the queens. And if you did, then maybe the best way was to go rook e4 here. And you would have kept these pawns like this. The moment you took here, it really helped Gukesh's position in a big way. Now the b2 pawn under pressure. Also another threat is bishop e5. That's a good move.
Nightbot is sending hearts to everyone in the chat. By the way, bishop b2. Now the problem is this knight is amazingly placed. And so the best move is h4. Very tough when Firouzja has only 10 seconds left. And guys, we are on move 34. So Firouzja has to make 6 more moves. h4. Oh, he goes rook e4. And now Amruta suggesting rook h5. Look at Firouzja there. He knows that he has actually messed it up. g4 is coming here. But Gukesh's best move here, very, very beautiful move. Bishop c3. Attacking here and take advantage of the back rank, guys. Find a beautiful move here for black. मतलब इतना सुंदर मूव कि आप देखकर ही खुश हो जाओ. Black to play. Yes, Saumik Roy, Manish Gaming English, Vashishta, Shlok, Coding Quiz Time, Jojo, Adapt, Abhidip, भाई क्या ही chat है, full b5. What a move. Oh, he finds bishop c3, Guki. Really making Alireza stretch here. And if rook c1, it will be incredible to see b5 because guys, once again, just so that you know, after b5, take, you can't take the bishop, back rank mate. And the moment you try to release the back rank mate, my pawn moves forward, protects the bishop. I have this dangerous passer here. Rook b1. And again, only move for Gukesh, b5. In order to keep his disadvantage to the minimum, and he finds it again. b5. Last 5-6 moves, Gukesh playing like an engine here. We are at move number 37. 3 more moves to make. Alireza Firouzja so upset there, shaking his head. He's like, why did I mess this up? I was so winning. Great focus, says Vibhash Kumar. h4 played finally. And now, of course, Gukesh is going to play b4 as well, which is the straightforward move. And now Alireza pushes his pawn on the king side. Still a tough endgame. And Gukesh makes a slight inaccuracy there. King g8. Why is he playing so fast? He's playing on his opponent's time. Rook d7 was better, or rook c8, but king g8. And now Firouzja has an amazing move here. You know, Firouzja's winning plan, I think, I kind of understand it. He can go rook e7. Let's say you make a move king f8, rook b7, king g8, and now improve your king. I'm waiting. And I'm even imagining that something like this should be better, but okay, it's equalish. He finds rook e7. Firouzja, good move by Alireza. He reaches move number 40 by keeping an advantage on the clock. He's unhappy, but he gets up. But the computer shows him quite a good advantage here. Most natural move for Gukesh is rook b8. Stopping the rook from coming here. But I'm actually surprised. Like, rook d7 would have not let the rook come from behind. That was a huge, I think, miss by Gukesh by moving the king here. Yeah, I mean, he played it too quickly there. Yeah, maybe on this screen also we can have bars, maybe. Yeah.
so that everyone can follow what's happening in the other games. Not easy where to put the bars though. Maybe here doesn't look symmetrical, but Gukesh thinking for his final move before time control, guys. Both players will get 30 extra minutes. And now the thing is, yeah, we were talking about this, and you rightly pointed out, Amit, I think in the chat said rook c7 with the idea of rook takes c3. That's such a good point. Such a good point. Because my king can't go here on h7 to connect the rooks as I lose the f7 pawn. So I might have to move the bishop away. And then rook c4 attacking the pawn, b3, f4 attacking the bishop. Bishop losing space, doesn't have here, anywhere to go. Bishop f4, rook f4, winning for white. Okay, so some problems for Gukesh for sure. Prisha says, Sagar bhai, can you analyze the point behind rook e7? I think, Prisha, the main point behind rook e7 is that the white rook has got the all important 7th rank. And with that, what he will do is he'll move the rook here. The other rook at some point, right now it can't go to e1 or a1 because both are controlled by this very irritating bishop. But at some point he'll improve the position, come up here, use the f pawn, and then hopefully enter with his other rook on the 7th rank. So the most important thing here was to not give the 7th rank at all, and maybe do the move rook d7. But you could also play rook c8, so that if rook e7, now there is a very nice tactic black to play. It's called overloading a piece. It must be tough for many of you, but let's see. Black to play, can you find it? Jihan Shah. Jihan Shah, what do you eat, my friend? You are so good. You are so good. Vijay Shastri. Shlok. Oh my god. Too good, guys. Look at this. Rook takes h4. If knight takes h4, king e7. That's the point. And move found by Manish English Gaming, Azmai, Jojo, Vijay, Shlok, Coding Quiz Time, Kim Fun, Sachidanand, Adapt code behind. So what Gukesh did with king g8 has given white a free hand along the 7th rank. Oh, we have a huge super chat. Not super chat. Help chess contributor. Oh my god, it's a big believer. Anuja Borkar. Am I reading that correctly, guys? Can you see it? Wow. On helpchess.org, we have our first big believer. 60,000 rupees for Indian chess youngsters. People are saying, no, we can't. अरे क्या सुशांत भाई, थोड़ा zoom कर लो. Wow. Anuja ji, thank you so much for your support. That means a lot. People are saying, no, we can't, no, we can't. अच्छा भाई, तो हम इधर रखते क्यों है? दिखना चाहिए ना. Rook d5 played here by Gukesh. Guys, 60,000 rupees by Rakesh says, how do I donate? I also want to donate 800. Just go to helpchess.org. You can do it. But this is huge. Anuja ji, thank you. This will be used for the young talents of Indian chess, and we've been using the funds that you guys have contributed in a big way. So thank you so much. Thank you. Arin says thanks a lot to whoever people donate. Thank you, Arin. Guys, now Rook d5 played. Alireza, I mean, Gukesh, I think, is aiming for a positional exchange sacrifice. I don't know if it works or not. But imagine if you go Rook b7. What is the positional exchange sacrifice here, guys? Look at it carefully. Rook takes f5. What a move. What a move. G takes f5 is one move. If you go check here, king g7, rook takes h8. I have this very incredible move not to take here, but rook f4, attacking here and taking this. And then it's a draw. So clearly you have to go gf. Rook takes h4. And now this position very difficult to win for white. This is the idea. And you know what's the winning move here? I can't even believe it. And by the way, guys, I want to give a big shout out here. Someone said Magnus is streaming live. I mean, go and check it out. Must be on the Take channel. But today a big news was announced. Guys, did you check it out? Did you check it out? What was the big news that was announced today? Massive news. I don't know if you guys. Yes, Magnus is going to become a dad, and Ella is going to become a mom. They just made an announcement that Ella is pregnant, so it's huge news. We are very, very happy for both Magnus and Ella. It's such a great, great occasion. Oh, and another big news is Samay's comeback. True, true. Check out his Instagram. I think in like 5 minutes or 7 minutes, it had 1 million views what he had posted. So amazing. Guys, Firouzja's time is over, but he gets 30 extra minutes. And you know the winning move here, I mean not winning, the best move against Gukesh's sack here is king g2. It's incredible. And you will realize why. Amruta, can you believe we have a big believer, Anuja Borkar, with 60,000 rupees?
Oh my god, wow. Thank you, Anuja, so much. Anuja, you know her?
No, I don't know her. But I'll try to find out more about her. Rook takes.
So nice.
Anuja, if you can send us an email just at chessbaseindia@gmail.com or contact at chessbase.in, it would be amazing.
Wow. Thank you.
Take.
That's very encouraging, in fact, to do it even now when Pragg and Gukesh are playing over here. So.
I mean, what does that mean?
No, I mean, it's irrespective of what the results are and, you know, in general, just.
But they're playing well.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
Pragg
Well,
is
no,
playing.
Gukesh
Pragg is in joint lead.
Right now, I mean, right this moment.
Gukesh is having good chances, Amruta.
Really? Sure?
यार ये अमृता एक छोटी सी चेंज कैसे पोजीशन को बदल सकती है, ये देखो. इफ आई प्ले हियर, यू टेक, आई टेक, you take, and this position is close to equal. But if I play king g2, then you take, I take, and then I take. Now suddenly check, king here, king f3, because the king now frees up the rook to join, and it's a mating attack almost.
Oh my god. Crazy.
Chess is very complicated, guys, and such things show us also here. Rook h5, I want to attack
1
here,
second.
king e4.
Again? You're going king e7.
No, and check here, I block. There is just no way to give checks,
But
and
rook
this,
g1, I always king you win the rook f8 end. Okay.
not even that, I might get my other rook into just mate you. Look at this.
And earlier, what was the position which you showed, which was equal? How it was not coming?
Here, if at this point, instead of rook b7, rook f5, rook b8, king g, rook b8, gf5, rook h4, this position.
This is a draw.
Yeah, and now
Why?
check, king g7, and now I'm threatening this and take the
So
pawn,
king g2, then...
and you are not in time.
Ooh.
Your king is so slow. It's just one move.
मतलब
Tempo.
you
एक tempo जो बदल दे आपकी
You
दुनिया.
have to not procrastinate. Basically, that one thing where you keep procrastinating and then you're never done with it.
Yeah.
So...
Volume low, volume low. Amruta, your volume is low.
But you said एक चीज जो बदल दे अपनी जिंदगी, तो मैंने सोचा मैं थोड़ा धीरे से बात करती हूँ तुमसे अभी. चिल्लाना बंद कर देती हूँ सागर शाह, ऐसा सोचा मैंने.
Amruta, it's
So
a
उससे
great,
कितना ही जिंदगी बदल जाएगा.
it's a great thought, but can you do it when we are not streaming? Then it would be a really a huge thing.
I will try. I will try. Still volume low. Are you keep moving the mic, re?
अभी हो गया, अभी हो गया. Now
Still
it's sorted,
volume.
guys.
Increase mic.
Rook d5. Alireza thinking here.
Ooh, wow. But it didn't end in the middle game, you know. They had a very crazy game.
I mean, Alireza was shaking his head for such. Oh, he's finding it. King g2, guys. OP chess by Alireza.
Maybe the last chance, no, you can say. And if this one he is finding,
So
then I
good.
don't think Gukesh has any chance.
So good.
Or are there any possibilities?
I'm
Tell
sure-
me, yes, there are.
I'm sure there is a possibility here, Amruta, where Gukesh might just go king f8 first, get this extra move in, rook b7, and now he might sack here, take, and it does feel like king is a bit safer here because there's no, I mean, my king could come out in case of a check, but king f3, and this pawn is being defended. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, true. And what if we keep the black rook on h7? Still no, it doesn't work. Check. Cricket Outlook says, congratulations, Magnus is pregnant.
No, the Magnus is not.
I mean, of course, nowadays it's said like that only.
Both are
Both
pregnant.
are pregnant.
Okay. But it's an amazing news for the world of chess.
Whose the volume is low? Is it only mine or is it Sagar's volume also is low? You can increase that decibel otherwise. इधर तो वो दिखी हाँ.
Both बोल रहे.
Oh, then maybe
something changed here.
एक बार निकाल के वापस लगाता है वो.
हाँ क्या?
Now increasing. अच्छा क्या कर रहे थे
अरे
तुम?
वो मैंने बढ़ा दिया.
Now, guys, Amruta's voice should be fine. My voice should be fine. Everything should be good. Amruta, can you say something?
Hello, chat. How are you today? And Sagar, how was your summer camp today?
Yeah,
Tell us
both
some
okay.
stories.
Both okay. Amruta, no stories today.
Not even a single story.
Many. I met today Narayani Marathe. She was there, so we spent some time analyzing her games. There were so many kids today. Actually, today was filled up. Many people came, even on a weekday.
Wonderful.
So it was great. Tomorrow,
And did you play some chess?
no, I couldn't play any games. I played yesterday some games. I actually lost to one boy yesterday. What happened was there were a lot of beginners I was playing back to back. And then suddenly one boy came and I was like, okay, I'm playing against another beginner. And I played an opening idea, which is actually a dubious one. But I didn't think he would know. The idea is for those who... So I played this with
Black.
white.
You played this with white?
Yeah, I was white here. He played this and okay, I would castle, but I thought let's try what will happen here. I sacked the bishop, I played this, and then he played all the right moves. And when he played this move quickly, I was like, oh my god, I'm facing some really good player because he knew everything. Oh, by the way, Gukesh sacks.
But at this point, it's not working, right? At this point.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Can you get the B pawn rolling?
But Amruta, very important
B2,
to take
like,
this.
if it-
Because
वो तो
if you
obvious है.
if you start with check,
No, you
king
won't
g7
exchange one.
and rook h8, because
Arey,
see,
it's for beginnerish for
because,
him.
because if you
Alireza.
play king h8, gf5 is winning.
But you will never still go exchange one rook. When your rook is so active,
But Amruta-
just logically think, you have the best, most active piece. Will you trade that?
It's a good point.
Obviously not. Like if you have to, basically, if you have two laptops, one is not working and one is working. You got the point, I think.
Yes, by the way, guys, the point that Amruta was making can be made by this small little intermezzo. And now this is a draw.
Arey, you should have asked that. Rook f2 was a nice question.
Yeah, intermezzo. But the thing is, you don't give this check. You keep it here. You take this. Your threat is king f3 and rook here. So maybe king f8 makes a lot of sense here, Amruta. Attacking the rook. And then after rook d7, I was thinking rook b7. But okay, rook d7. And now with rook h4, you go check. King here. Very tough line actually. And guys, white to play and win. Very amazing move.
By the way, you're not planning to have any dinner? No? Because I have to thoda sort and give a lot of...
Yes, guys, please change the theme of the chat in the chat because we need to know the answer to this. Rook b d1, Alston Selvaraj.
Don't reveal, no, the answer.
Anmol Gupta, Amruta, look at beautiful move, threatening forced mate.
Yeah, but let them find their thinking.
Don't dare.
Let them find, no?
I was wondering if king g7 was...
Wait.
Again, the same concept. Amazing.
Okay, 1 second. Let me ask. If rook at 7, you'll give rook g1 check, right? Hello na?
Huh?
Rook at 7, rook g1 check. अरे खेलो ना, क्या कर रहे हो?
इधर ही क्या?
King f3, हाँ. Rook g1 check.
Yeah.
King h6 forced.
हाँ. इसको क्या? Mate. Oh, he played. Oh, what?
Oh, that's another chance. Okay, let's see if the people remember here.
Wait.
Guys, black to play. What is the move Gukesh should play?
What the hell is
Wait,
what-
Gukesh, jaldi mat khelo. Gukesh, wait. Take your time.
What is
Take your
Firouzja
time.
doing?
Arey, they must be so tired. They had an intense game. I'll tell you, they were thinking from जैसे कि move number 1. Guys, okay, they all remember. So many. But do you think, oh, he will seize it now? No?
No.
No?
No. I think
Not yet?
Firouzja was not very
Alert.
positive about his position after the time control. You know, he
He's already not thinking he's winning or something. So King G2 was a random move, like improving the king.
maybe, I'm not sure, yeah. But this is huge movement.
Oh wow, we have reached 732 subscribers, and guys, today's goal was 750.
Huh?
18 more. Let's go.
Wow. Tushar says Alireza still cannot recover from the middle game. True. He does feel a little bit low. You know, Amruta,
Oh.
I can't fathom that a player like Alireza makes such an error.
You know, now that Gukesh is thinking, obviously he's asking a question. Ki, Arey, why is he not recapturing? And then he realized.
That I'm sure.
No. Then he realizes that he has missed it. Look at him. No.
But actually for a human, Rook F4 looks a better move than Rook F2, I must say. Because after Rook F2, King F2, King H8, this is still a passed pawn. So if I get King here, then it does look very, very dangerous.
But tell me something. Maybe he has assessed this as winning for him. Why not? Like, I am still wondering about this position. That why with that H passer you are not...
Oh, he takes it. Let's go, Gookie boy. King Rook F2 check. King F2. And King takes H8. And now Gukesh. Once again, snatching a half point from the jaws of defeat. Has happened to him third time in this tournament, Amruta.
Maybe we are still going ahead of the time because I still have some questions about the H pawn. Can you explain?
Yes, I'm sure, Amruta, that we could analyze this really deeply. The main problem, of course, remains that no matter how much you
I'll go King E7 tak. Okay.
Yeah, let's say you put your king here. The problem, one of them is that if you get your rook out to try to activate it, I immediately push and push it further so that your rook is, rook is immediately tied down. Now I can just keep moving my bishop here and here.
Isn't there a threat G5, G6? Once again.
No, but that doesn't help. G5, take, G6. I'll go King G8 even. Because my bishop controls this great square, your king cannot come. It's over, Amruta. It's a draw there.
Okay, one more. Last query is, let's say King H8. Just to make sure King E3, King G7, King E4. I'll just... Oh, why was this such a big... Or maybe the computer doesn't understand, whatever. There, and if I go King E7, okay? You just keep playing the same moves. And I go King E7. Okay. Now... King E8. Now what are you doing, you said? No, I'm planning to go Rook D1, B3, Rook D7, B2, Rook B1. You can never go your king over here.
But you also cannot move your king then. So it's there. So I'll just move my bishop. I'll keep moving my bishop here.
And what about H5, H6, H7 check?
Then it's a draw, no? Amruta, even if you get like this, I take, rook takes, King G6.
Oh, you can win. Okay, King F7. Unbelievable. Tushar says Gukesh's resourcefulness. Kaushik says Rook F2 was the move with which Gukesh won. The World Championship. Very cool. Very...
So nice, guys. So nice.
Yeah. I agree with you. Maybe Alireza had such a great position that somewhere he felt disappointed that how could he land in this situation.
Saumik says it's a wrong evaluation bar.
Then, what is it,
Don't be
Saumik?
fooled. Actually, it's a good question. Can we use some strong engines to check this?
Oh, there will be this. What is it called?
Sese.
Sese.
But it might not. I don't know.
Does anyone have Sese, guys? What is the evaluation there? Arjun is saying evaluation bar is +1. No, but at least as of now, we need a plan, guys. What is the plan? There has to be a plan where it has to come to a point where black needs to make the absolute accurate moves, and he's also in time pressure. And if such a scenario Alireza is able to create, Only then.
Kaushik says Sese is a supercomputer. How can we have it at home? No, you have to go to the website of Sese. I think it's called Sese dot some NO or Norway का कुछ.
क्रैश हो जाएगी स्ट्रीम अपनी, रहने दे.
क्या हो जाएगी?
स्ट्रीम क्रैश.
क्यों?
सुपर कंप्यूटर है ना ऐसे.
अरे
Oh God. But
इधर पता नहीं मतलब कौन सा गेम एनालाइज कर रहा है. Maybe it only analyzes Carlsen's games, yeah?
ऐसे थोड़ी ना.
Ah. You can't analyze any other games, perhaps.
Oh. Ooh. That website broadcasts only one game, that too sometimes, says Kaushik.
Yeah. No, when Magnus plays, they do it for sure.
I didn't know that. Rook b3 is a question by Archana.
Rook b3 करके करोगे क्या?
Okay, one question, Sagar. What is the king pawn endgame if I have white king on f5? Simple question. Let's ask the chat.
Meaning?
Correct. What is it if white has the king on e4? f5 पे king is winning. समझ गया. What about the king on e4?
Also winning.
Your king on h7. Winning?
Yeah.
What if my king is on d3?
Guys, thank you so much, Jyoti Shmita Bora, for your contribution to Help Chess in time, because Amruta are really making me work a lot. She's helping me. Help Chess.
Yes.
Can you
yeah, go
ask
and
the
take
chat?
a break.
No.
Guys, what do you think it will be? If you need food, just tell me. I'll guide you. थोड़ा complicated है. हाँ. What is it, guys? If we are talking about only the king pawn endgame, okay? If white king is on d3 and there is no, these three guys are not existing, then what is it? So let's say we forget about the how do we do it? Let's do it. King e2, king h7, king d3, king g7, king h7, king d3. Okay? And now here, one question to you. What will you play here? Black to play. Important moment hai. Crazy. Still needs lot of alertness. Lots of alertness. Yes, we will absolutely check. Wow. Okay, there are square rule. So yeah, one good move is f5. You disconnect this pawns and then you pick this pawn. Okay, just to show you, king h5, king e5, king h4, king f6, and whenever he takes this, you have to leave your f5 alone and it's gone. So that is how it's amazing. If goes g5, then there is king g6 and you are in time and you will win this pawn. So f5 is a classy move to draw. And if you go king g6, that also works, because the whole idea is f5 deflect for the square. But if you will go just like randomly king g7, then a super mistake. The king, you stopped this and now you don't have time for this. Because if you go here, f5 is not a check, and maybe now h5 check first. इधर आएगा तो king takes. ठीक है. So as we just understood the king pawn endgame. And Caruana, yes, you wanted to check Caruana. Caruana is having 32 minutes on the clock and still the slight edge. But look at his position. He is having rook and bishop for rook and knight, and he is having 3 pawns for the knight. But the knights are the best blockaders, and it seems that this knight is able to block this guy. It's also able to block h pawn. This pawn is blocking the f4 square. So overall, oh my god. Crazy. Oh, Tanishka says, Didi, I learnt basic pawn endgame today in the class. क्या बात है Tanishka, king pawn endgame. Did you learn opposition and rule of square? So I think this is interesting, but if Caruana is able to get these 2 points together, maybe some chances. But one knight can give it up for this. Not easy, yeah? Not easy for Deac to defend this, I think. This rook, by the way, doesn't have open file anywhere. Look at this. Beautiful. No open file. And here no open file because there are all these 4 pawns. But if the rook is able to enter, then the knight and 2 knights maybe can create mating nets. But at the same time, by that time it will be complex. King h8 and Alireza Firouzja is down to 12 minutes. This time there is no third time control. It's the final time. Whenever he gets to 30 seconds increment, that's it. Yeah, he'll have to play on every move 30 seconds. And for leaderboard, guys, three players were leading: Fabi, MVL, and Pragg. And right now, MVL and Pragg have drawn their game, so they are on 3.5 out of 6. And Fabi is playing. So if Fabi beats Deac, he will be the sole leader, and he will be on 4 out of 6. If Fabi draws, then they three will go on 3.5, and on 2.5, did anyone win? No, everybody has a draw. And Gukesh is playing on 2 points. And what about Alireza? Just a moment. I think Alireza is... Yeah, Alireza is on 2.5. So for Alireza, if he wins, he goes on 3.5 and joins Pragg, MVL. And if at all Fabi draws, then even Fabi. So very critical round. So come on, Gukesh. I love both of them the way they have played. Matlab, one thing about Alireza is for sure, never a dull game. Yeah, never a dull game. Really something to appreciate. Guava is saying where, but where is black completely winning? Tushar is saying I learned mind squares. Okay, mind. तो नाम मेरे को भी नहीं पता what exactly it is. So 10 minutes. Alireza down to 10 minutes. And I think what Gukesh has really managed to do in this game is to keep a good time. If... Oh, King e3 on the board. Okay, guys. Still endgame. Slightly bit alertness, I would say, more than anything. King gets... This is showing +1. Okay. If you go King g7. Now, let's say for white, he goes... We were looking at king pawn endgame. It is draw. Now, if he goes King e4, wait, let's make the best moves of the Indian to still understand. King f5, which we were looking at, King g7, and can white try to create a zugzwang with somewhere rook b3, the bishop will have to move? I don't think so. h5, okay? King g6, king f6. कुछ भी खेलो चलो rook c1 so that there is no b3. King g7. Just trying to make all the best moves. King e4, king h6. नहीं कुछ भी नहीं है. Engine is like by better लग रहा है. I'm feeling this is better but unable to convert. Finally engine is showing some emotion, guys. King g7. Unbelievable. Rachit is saying Alireza is probably one of the best all-format player at the moment for the way he goes about his games. Alireza, I think even in Superbet, by the way, the earlier one, rapid one, he was completely, that moment, one game where Arvind beat Alireza. And after that, Alireza beat Arvind in both the games in Blitz. But, yeah, but he did lose his momentum a bit. Somewhere. Just looking at Caruana's game very quickly, by the way, king f6 has been played, and engine shows that white is very slightly better over here. But Caruana will try to, little bit thoda idhar udhar karke, he will try to do some jugaad. And I don't think Caruana is in any danger as such, so he's fighting for two results, either winning or a draw. Oh, f5! What? Whoa! Gukesh is like, I don't even need to wait. Look at this move. Best move, guys. He's not even waiting. He's like, I'll not even wait for anything like this. f5 on the spot. Oh my. gf5. And what is the only move which Gukesh has planned over here? Black to play, guys. Only move, important move. Follow up with the plan. Gukesh is like, take care, no time for you guys. King h6. The idea is pretty clear. He's already preparing for king pawn endgame. But my question is, isn't white this pawn up? What does he assist? Like now if I go king e4, how is it working? King h5. If I try to defend this h4 pawn, then b3. If I go back king d3, तो फिर bishop comes back. Okay. And if I go here king d5, b2, king d6. Let's say, what else? Let's say I wait, suppose. King e7, f6. Oh, I just wait. Amazing endgame and understanding by Gukesh. Guys, f5 move was so much on the timing. Guki OP ho jaye. Guki OP. What a save. He's like that, lifesaver रहता है ना वो. Swimming pool के आसपास, beach के आसपास. Really a lifesaver, man. He's been saving every game, which is not a task which we can say कि हाँ, that is easy, ये तो कोई भी कर सकता है. He's doing something no matter what. It is a very tough thing. He just sits there as if like kitna bhi, how much ever losing is, he just sits there like with all his will and fighting spirit. So much to learn, man. This is brilliant. I think he's managed to save this one. Very fair result, I would say, because in the first half of it was a great game. Amazing opening played by both of them. Great ideas, and this is a very fair result in that way. But for Alireza, obviously very heartbreaking because, there were so many moments he was clearly winning. So, actually, yeah, for him it would be a little difficult time. Archana says, today I learned London system. क्या बात है? I'm sure a lot of people in the chat play London system. Yeah, he wasn't better for even one move, I think. But with the kind of ideas which were created on the board, some moves were very difficult with the way he found them. And obviously we saw Alireza missing them. So it was more about the time management. Actually, Gukesh's time management has improved quite a lot. Before World Championship, his time management, he has lost many times by blundering in time pressure. So that is something which is obviously seen about his time management. Ashfaq is saying Gukesh is making classical chess interesting again. Okay, he goes king e3. Now king h5. This is new. I learned this kind of an endgame actually with the rook and away f5. How this can be a draw. if on the first instinct without the bar, if you show me this position, I will feel, oh, white could be winning, yeah. And especially if you show me here, I would have thought white is winning. Arey, f5 blunder ho gaya, but this was classy draw. मजा आ गया. क्या ही गेम था ये, मजा ही आ गया. Also, Prague's opening was so much fun today. We didn't expect that like it would later get so much compensation for Duda, but वो भी game was very cool. So that means that if this is a draw, then Alireza is not joining the leaders, and that means if Fabi manages to win, he becomes the sole leader. If Fabi draws, then there will be like a big crowd on 3.5 points. Or no, if Fabi draws this draw, then same. No, 3 people on 3.5, 4 people on 3, and 3 people on 2.5. It would be like that. Fabiano says, why nobody plays King's Indian defense? There are some openings which are not played much on the top level because the theory has expanded so much that already the engine would show that let's say white is better, and then you don't want to enter into those kind of situations. So yeah, some openings, when the engine started becoming stronger, actually some openings absolutely started becoming obsolete on top level. But you will find that those openings are played on 2500, 2600 level. Then some openings become obsolete for them, and then they are played at 2300, 2400. It kind of goes down. By the way, Vaishali was also playing today, and her game has, oh, today she lost against Koschinuk. Oh, that's okay. She lost. Tough day. King e3 played by Firouzja here, and Gukesh goes king h5. So this one is the 6th round today, guys. 4 more rounds remaining. Tomorrow Gukesh will be white. We will check the pairing there. Alireza back at the board. I think he knows now this is not much over here. He will go king f4 with a small trap that if Gukesh takes over here, 50 people answering until Gukesh plays. Guys, 50 people. Can you try? What's the move? White to play. Oh yeah, 3 more rounds, not 4. Kriflin, you're right. Thanks. White to play. Hey, people are alert. People are alert. They have found a checkmate in one move. Oh, itna fast. We got already 25 people finding the checkmate. All the beginners, time to try. Checkmate in one move. Of course, Gukesh has not played this, but we have the fastest ones. Parva, Curious Minds, Vrushav, Swayam, Aditya, Mohanty, Flamingo, Abir, Annay, and Akanksha. Amazing. Rook h1 is a mate. So that was a little trap by Alireza, which obviously Gukesh is not going to fall for. Sagar will bet his house over here. So what's the move then? What do? You can give simple check. Check de do. And then come back. Need to do nothing. But If you go king h6, that's another option to go back. King g4, king h7. Yeah, maybe we'll not go for this. I think after king f4, bishop d2 seems simple. King e5, suppose. King h5. What if king f6? Because then he's gonna take the f7 pawn, which you cannot protect. Same thing like we will do in the king pawn endgame, guys. Disconnect karo. Disconnect the line. Takes. And if you say that, okay, this time I have a rook, so how are you going to sort that out? Check, king e4, and now if king takes f7, when the f5 pawn is defended, in fact, he will have to calculate something like this. Here. I can't believe how Gukesh played f5. It looked so risky. I mean, it wasn't required, but he found out, so it is amazing. I'm sure he's found his ideas. Yahan pe if f6, then comes in b3, and this king supports, this king supports this pawn, and this bishop stops this pawn. So that's how it's going to be a draw, basically. Like, just to show you guys, king g7, b2, f7, bishop b4, and then comes king c2 for the queen. Okay, so king f4, but Gukesh is making sure not to slip away, and he is calculating just because, you know, so much up and down has happened in the game, which only we know because we had the engine. The game was very complex, and they would know some moment when white was clearly better and winning around maybe 40th move around. All those who want to see the standings, these were the current standings. And I think MVL Pragg drew. Caruana is playing. Let's see Caruana's game. What's happening there? Oh, the bishop got exchanged, yeah? Bishop c7, king f6, king d3, check, rook b2. He's winning another pawn. But the king is now going to g5. If you win, then the king enters on f4, attacks the base of the pawn chain. This crumbles and everything crumbles. But there is another rook pawn and... Okay. White cannot really lose this. But yeah, rook b6 check. And this one is a Deac. This time has 4 minutes, but this time there's no increment. So Caruana should try and not use all of his time here. King f4 has been played, by the way. So yeah, Gukesh is taking his time, 24 minutes on the clock. f3 pawn कौन सा भाई? You mean यहाँ पे if you want to go f6 after, sorry, f6, you want to go f6 here. That would be a big mistake. White will defend the h4 pawn, guys, if you go f6. And if you just wait, then this will be defended. Now the point is, let's say if you do nothing, and like we were looking at bishop d2, what is the plan? The problem is, there is a problem in this. Wow, this is so cool. This one is amazing, actually. So cool. So cool. Super. It's all about patterns, guys. Patterns. We have to find patterns. We need to know the patterns. And even if we don't know, many times what happens is sometimes people learn by playing a lot, because repeated patterns keep coming, and through that we, yes, backward rook check. Kya baat hai? Wonderful. Yes, quiet corner. So imagine if you look at, for a moment, if you just turn the board like this, illegal. So you will know that this is the back rank. and all these 3 squares are covered. So a check here would be a back rank check. So yeah, this is such a powerful idea. And that's why you have to be careful. Rook a1, b3, rook a8, check, king h3, then there is no check. If you go king h6, then rook h8 check. And even if black gets out of it, what basically white gets is now the pawn. Once you win the pawn, with an extra pawn over here, you're winning. So that's something you have to just a little bit more careful. He goes king h6 and he decides to not give bishop d2 check. King goes to h6. Alireza very quickly goes king g4. And now Gukesh is like, okay, I'm gonna play king h7 or king g7, but will make sure that I don't push this pawn. Whenever I push this pawn, then I am a bit in trouble. But why not in general? Why can't I be in trouble? Let's say if my rook reaches over here, gives a check. Interesting. King g7. What I need to make sure is, once again, if I was playing bishop d2 here, yeah, the same problem. I cannot allow this. So the bishop is controlling very key squares here. Very key squares. And if I go rook d1, let's say, if I go move like rook d1 anytime, then I get b3 in time. I get this in very good time. There is no check or anything, but it's a... ये समझना तो पड़ेगा. Pawn on f6, how does it create a difference? b2, rook b1, bishop f6, h5. Okay, and then you do nothing, yeah? King h7, and then there is no progress. Rook b6, bishop d4. Oof. Yeah, the bishop should be on c3. It's now I think because Guki did not give a check, I think whatever he's gonna do is with the king. King h7, king g7, king h7, king g7, or king h6, king g7. He'll keep moving his king and he'll ask Alireza, what's your plan? Hey dude, what's your plan? So 5 minutes 53 seconds for Alireza. In the meantime, Caruana, right now, after king f4, he's thinking is down to 24 minutes. Deac has 2 minutes 46 seconds on the clock. Let's go. Whew. अरे हाँ, उल्टा टाइम आ गया ना. एक सेकेंड रुको. Is this still going on? Asks Rajani. Today is a long day here. Absolutely long day actually. But not a wrong day. Both long and also a lot to learn from this endgame. In fact, guys, I was trying to understand something. Oops, 1 second. Yeah. One more thing I was trying to understand. After he went king g7, f6 over here is also a mistake. So here though there is no mate. So I wanted to understand if rook d1 b3, rook d8 now, then b2 rook b8. Okay, let's say I'm getting this, but this is not winning. Then why was it winning at that point of time? Okay, I was winning the b pawn because my bishop was not close. So even if you get the rook behind a pawn and if my bishop is protecting both of them, still this is a draw with my king on h6, yeah? Maybe I'll insert one more move. b2, I'll give a check. King moves back and then rook b8. And let's say I try to see here rook b8 ko. Again, it's important that I go here. Because if I go bishop b5, no problem. King h5 doesn't do anything really. I just keep moving. Oops, sorry. This was hanging. Forgot about that. Check maybe once. King h6 is important. Yeah. Not to allow this. Okay, but king h6 is there and then I keep moving the bishop. Got it. But if I go f6, rook d1 here, this is still fine. It's not about f6 actually. It's a lot about where the whole thing is placed and also the bishop where it will be placed when you play b3. So h5 played by Firouzja, and once again, yeah, king h6, king g7 is a plain simple draw. Push karo, khush raho, says knight bot. Pawn h6 blocking h8 square for the bishop. H pawn can become... No, that's not the reason. I think that one was because of some other reasons where you had to move the bishop somewhere, and then when b2 was happening, you couldn't stop. So वहाँ पे अलग reason था. Nevertheless, now this one is a draw. Like this one is a draw whatever you play. Even if you play f6, even if you play king h6, anything you do here is a draw. So h5, but I like king h6 because it says that your king cannot move. I'll take this. Yeah. This looks way simpler. Yeah. Silkam says कुछ करो नहीं तो push करो. Another day all draw. Arey हाँ Shrisha, yesterday also there were was it? I don't even remember. Maybe yes, but they are all fighting draws and Caruana's game. Maybe. Is there any scope over here? King f4. I do think that look at this. The knight is taking care of these pawns. This pawn is getting pushed over here. The rook is kind of tied down over here. Yeah, if I try to take my king here, I lose the e4 pawn. And in fact, if black wins all these pawns, then black will be winning. So there has to be some control. I don't think it's so easy. Got it. King h6 played by Guki. Also look at him right now. Very, very confident. Let me change the clocks here. Yeah, this one is right. मजा तो आया ये गेम में guys. Did you enjoy this game? Did you enjoy? I really enjoyed. If you look at the full game, insane training. Well, it's more like, honestly speaking, it's out of the league to understand the game without an engine. This game was very difficult. At least try once. Way out of league. You know, there are some games where you can kind of understand even without the engine what's happening. This one, look at the middle game and it was insane. Complete insane. So he goes f6 now. Alireza has gone f6. It's his last try. If Gukesh doesn't take the pawn on f6, then the white king will enter king f5 and the rook will try to get in over here. So a move like king h7 would be a big blunder, big blunder with with the same idea of rook d1, rook d8 and checkmate. But obviously he's gonna take over here and he's going to take over here and we will be going into this rook endgame. Interesting. But tell me something, if he doesn't, no, this one he has to take, it's forced. Rook takes b4 is forced. So h5 even king h6, which is what we are thinking. Oh, he could also play f6 and say, I don't even want to enter into such a thing. Ah, maybe this was better because then he didn't have to calculate at all. Like zero calculation was needed. Now he'll have to be a little bit careful because the game after bishop f6, rook b4. No, come on, you can just go bishop e5 and f6 and that should be fine. Yep. Yeah, that should be fine. Bishop e5, king f5, f6. क्या ही करोगे? If you go rook, don't go b8. But if you go rook b7, again saying that if you capture here, so checkmate. But I don't really have to capture. I just keep playing somewhere randomly. And luckily, this king pawn endgame is obviously a draw because it's h pawn and already losing. It's not even existing, not even surviving there. So 19 minutes for Guki. Lark is like out of the league. They are all super GMs. Yes, of course. That's what I'm trying. But still, there are some games where there are certain moves, which are kind of predictable sometimes. But today's game between both of them was very, very unpredictable. अरे एसपी इज राइटिंग अमृता विदाउट सागर इज लाइक टी, तो मेरे को अभी चाय पीने का मन कर रहा है. इफ़ यू राइट टी ओवर देयर एंड चाय पीना एट दिस टाइम इज नॉट गुड फॉर मी, सो आई विल ट्राई टू कंट्रोल. Bro is saying I don't even understand all this. I just watch for Guki. Oh, kya hi. Love for Guki. Amazing. SP is saying Fisher random tournament कब होगा? The next one they are having is in Las Vegas in July, guys. That's in Las Vegas. Adapt is saying, Amruta, I'm watching past my bedtime. Arey, what to do? These guys are playing. But right now, rest assured, you can sleep well because this is going to be a draw. Maybe only wait for this moment because Guki needs to capture the pawn. Any other move is a blunder. Just right now, he should make sure that he takes the pawn on f6. Once he takes the pawn on f6, then it is fine. It is okay. I mean, the game will go on and it won't come under any complication. I am predicting no complication, but I'll analyze thoda sa baad mein. Dhyan says, I have no chess coaching in my city. What should I do for improving chess? Take a notebook, take a pen, start all the serious playlists which Sagar has made of training, slow and depending on your level, but there is for beginners also, intermediate also, slow and steady is one, learn from classics is one, there's a 21 episode one, he has some endgame series also, he has this grandmaster series also where every game is shown by super grandmaster. In fact, one of them, even Gary Kasparov had come on the stream, and there are 10 questions, you get points. So if all those videos, if you have to watch every day, even one video sincerely, it's going to take you, I will tell you, at least 3 to 4 months. So consider that as a training, and maybe for you to value it more, what you can do is you can take your wallet, You can take, let's say, a random amount, maybe um, maybe around 1000 rupees. You can put it in the piggy bank. You can consider that that is the fee, so that after you're done with all the training, free done, you feel like you're paying, and then you're more sincere. And then once the training is done, you can open your piggy bank for yourself and go and play the tournament. So yeah, how do you like that idea, guys? क्या ही क्रिएटिव आइडिया, मजा आ गया. क्या बोलते हो, करोगे ऐसा? Sarvesh is asking, how can I become 2000 elo from 1200? Sarvesh, you have to do certain things. You have to improve your all theoretical endgames. King pawn endgames you need to know. You need to learn. You need to learn the bishop knight mates. You know, it helps you improving the patterns. You need to learn the imbalances, how you assess the position. Who, like, whether, when is your bishop better, when is your knight better, which piece to exchange, how is the king safety, all of these questions, how you get your rooks on the open files, all these imbalances you try to learn. Basically, material imbalance, static versus dynamic, isolated pawn, ऐसे सब कुछ सीखो. You have to learn all the tactical patterns. You have to solve 10,000 tactics. So and you have to play the game, and you have to learn to analyze your own game and to find the mistakes from your own game, but also your opponent's game. Because the whole thing is not about just where did I go wrong, but where did my opponent go wrong, which actually even I missed to calculate, right? So a lot of things when you do, then maybe you'll be on the direction. And then you of course have to play some tournament. Best is if in your city there's generally some one day blitz events on Sunday and all, and that you have to feel, because that's the only place where you actually feel the highest amount of pressure. And in that pressure, no, you will make a lot of mistakes, but you need to get used to that. Then you will stop making mistake because of the pressure. So yeah. Sp says, thank you for the tournament in Phoenix Mall. Oh, so cool. Are you going to play? Prakhar says, considering the eyeballs for Gukesh versus Magnus at Norway Chess, well, according to me, TBH, I don't know, TBH Guki, in his recent form, doesn't stand a chance against Magnus. What do you think, Amruta? Ooh, if you ask me, I am always very, very positive about in general, because form is temporary, class is permanent, is something which every chess player, you know, whenever we play tournament, even if we are losing every round, that is what we say to ourselves, and we raise our own class in general. But obviously Gukesh, he has another class, so for sure I would say that he absolutely stands better chance, because Magnus is the one, you know, who has motivated everyone. And as, oh my goodness, no, blundered. What is, how, rook b6 he must have seen, he saw f6 check, he must have seen rook b8. Check. What? Only move rook c8. One second. Wait a second. If I move my bishop over here. What? Okay, it's very tough. Very tough. Very tough. But insane. Still, this doesn't change. If you ask me the same question, he has the maximum chance to beat Okay, rook b7 found by Alireza. But I don't know whether he's thinking that he's winning. I don't think so. In fact, he has 1 minute on the clock. He goes f6. Okay, why did he play bishop g5? Why did he not play bishop e5 or a1? Or bishop c3? He had to keep the bishop on this diagonal. He goes here, rook b7, f6, and you know what? Gukesh has seen this, but what he thinks is this is a draw. Which means, firstly, it is not so easy because he spent a lot of time, okay? He spent a lot of time and Rohan says, "Hi Amruta, मैंने आपको recently घाटकोपर स्टेशन के वहाँ देखा." सही जवाब. I was there yesterday. Oh, rook f7 played very quickly by Alireza here, and look at this. The king cannot go anywhere. It's kind of trapped. Bishop has to move, but it cannot go here. So he's losing the f pawn, and that's why he's losing. Oh my god, what a big blunder. What a big blunder. It hurts, guys. This one is like impossible to fathom it. This one is impossible. It was draw in a million ways. Oh, no, this was the best chance not to allow anything. But come on, even this one should have been a draw. I don't know. It was a complete blank spot for him. Blind spot because he had bishop e5. He had bishop c3. What is the reason that it is possible to miss it is maybe. Check. Why did he... look at this. If you go bishop c3, a check, king moves h7, then h6 is again winning. So you needed to go king g7. Over there also he needed some accuracy. Got it. We need to come back to it later. But for now, f6, rook f7, bishop d2. He takes the pawn, king g7. And now this is clearly winning, guys. Because this pawn, there is this extra pawn over there. Never imagined this. It means now, with my understanding and with the whole thing, I would say at a practical level, though that was draw whatever he played over here, but at a practical level, maybe the best way ahead was f6 to keep this pawn on the board. Maybe this was the best practical way of drawing, but very tough then to understand because everything seemed like a draw. Everything seemed like a draw. Oh my god. I am shocked. Completely shocked. Completely shocked. Man. Though it felt like, okay, Alireza also is like over now, it's going to be a draw, but even this guy was very alert that even, finally his material up and such an endgame mistakes can happen. Insane. Now we need to look at this endgame a bit deeper because there was also 2-3 moments when I was wondering about. I'll go back once this is over. Very curious. Oh my god. And what is happening in Caruana's game? Just to have a look. Is everything... Okay, it is going intense, slow and steady. But it does seem that if... And these pawns also winning. ठीक है. अभी तो unclear है, but if some mistake then anything can happen. But if... Who can make the mistake is also a question. Because is it Deac because he has time pressure? Or is it Caruana? He's pieced down. Hard to know. But this one is already quite a moment. If king f5 has been played and Gukesh is now trying to, I think he now gets it that this one is completely lost. But if I have to go to this moment, okay, bishop g5, rook b7, he went f6 here. That was forced because this is attacked and you can't move your king back. So he went f6. Rook f7 was played and now you cannot support with the king. Rook f6 was important, yeah. I mean, rook b6 was also there, but rook f7 is directly simply winning. Okay, this is direct actually. No, nothing. Oof. We have a new backer of Indian chess, Sholo Fellow. Thank you so much for becoming the backer of Indian chess. Very kind of you. Yeah. We're just trying to understand what's happening right now because this game today has been with full of ups and downs, but at the same time, not easy ones, not easy up and downs. There have been these pretty much of tactical ideas which were sometimes difficult to spot, sometimes some calculations, sometimes time pressure, all of it. But the game has been absolutely, for a spectator, it has been absolutely thrilling, I would say. It's absolutely thrilling. Yep. White is winning, guys. Look at the bar. Like if you say the white will say that it's mate in like 26 moves. That's the evaluation. It's not even like plus minus or anything. Now there's nothing. The pawn is gonna roll on. That's it. Even now at 6, bishop at 6 check, rook g6. You have to go king at 7, king at 6. Again, you cannot move the king. You lose the bishop. If bishop goes to g3, he's found it by the way. If bishop goes to e3, then comes a check first. If you go here, then comes, oh wait, this is a mistake. Rook. Still have to figure it out, huh? King f7. So if bishop goes anywhere here, then you are giving a checkmate idea. So anywhere bishop, if it is here, here or here, there is rook g4, rook g3 or rook g1 and it is giving a checkmate idea. And whenever bishop goes to h6, we just do a waiting move. Yeah, that's what is happening. King at 7, h6, he's played that, he's found it. A resignation is about to happen, guys, very soon. Yeah, rook g7 has been played and now king h6 because if king h8, wow, this would be for Alireza after all of what happened. It would be a big relief to manage to beat Guki because in the middle game when he had clearly better position and then after the time pressure, certain moments which were missed. And it was almost a draw from that moment. Suddenly in the last within 5 minutes, everything changed. When we were almost like, okay, it's a draw now, it's done, it's over, but everything changed. He kept fighting. What a game this one. Absolute craziness. Yeah, today, guys, absolute craziness, unbelievable movements happening there. King takes h6, he has played here. And now two moves white has to find. Rook g2 or check. He finds rook g6 because if king h5, then this is lost. So king h7 is important and only move once again. The king has to go to f6. But Alireza doesn't think. It's obvious. He goes to f6 with the idea of king f7 and again threatening to attack the bishop wherever it is so as to give a checkmate. Because whenever the king is on f7, whether the king is on h7 or h8, it won't matter. This threat would be unstoppable wherever the bishop is, to attack the bishop and then threaten a checkmate on the h5. So king f6, and this is over, guys. This is over. Yes, he played it. Maybe at some point here he did play it fast. Not sure what exactly was missed. Sometimes a move like rook f7 could be missed there, but bishop e3 played. And now king f7, expecting it. Insane game. He goes bishop a7 so that there is no attack on the bishop here. But rook a6 will be played where it will be forced to come out of the cave. And then it will be attacked. Oh, but wait. Rook a6, bishop b8. Still a bit of work to do though. Slightly. Slight bit of work to do. Guys, yeah, now the board is big and because there are no pieces, I think this is a good size of the board, yeah. Yeah, Alireza is still taking his time. He's down to 57 seconds, under a minute, but the position is such that no one can blunder here. No one can blunder. Yeah, he goes rook a6. Rightly so, attacks the bishop, bishop b8. And now he'll continue the attack on the bishop with rook a6 or rook b6. If bishop a7, then he'll go rook b7. Okay, what next? Yeah, then wherever the bishop goes, it's the same thing. Even if you attack from here, it's still going to be a mate, guys. h5. Only thing is from rook 8 you can't give a mate, but wherever else it's going to be a mate. So rook b6 is the simplest. $50 more rule nahi, but it's just very recently the pawn is gone, so it's too early for that. There are too many moves which can be made. Yeah, bishop c7 and now rook b7 will be played. Where, oh, but then the bishop still goes to d8 and then rook d7 will be played. Then bishop goes to b6. One second, how is this working out? Let's say, oh, bishop f4, because for rook b4, he's gonna play what? Bishop g5. Insane, guys. This is insane. What has transformed from an absolute draw to this position? It's hard to fathom already, but here this is a theoretically lost position for black. Bishop g5 control stops rook h4 for now, but then the rook goes back with the threat of a mate. Yeah, and now how do you stop the mate? Even if king on h6, it's still a mate. If bishop h6, it's still rook h1 and resign there. Alireza beats Gukesh in the very final moment. It all went wrong, and look at Alireza. He's like, oh, and look at Gukesh, man. He's still analyzing. Oh my god, wait. F6. He says f6. Yes. He spots the move f6. But what is Alireza thinking? Was he thinking he's winning over there? Because yeah, the endgame was very interesting. Just trying to understand what they are. Maybe they are analyzing the middle game right now. Ooh, very, very tough moment there. But you know, at this moment, when you expect that Gukesh will quickly leave after resigning, he is right there asking about analyzing some variations over there, trying to understand what his opponent was had calculated. And this is one of the thing which actually good coaches also advise, that try to analyze with your opponent, because whatever you have been thinking, many times the opponent has some other ideas, and it really helps to grow, especially though when you have lost. So then definitely you should, because your opponent is always ready to analyze, and you should try to do that, to hear his thoughts and to understand what you had missed out of what he was thinking. So this one, really hats off to Gukesh, no matter what, because I know it as a chess player how hard it is to analyze at such a moment when it's a draw and then you have made a mistake and then it kind of ends like this. It's already hurting you from inside, but yet you want to learn over there. So admiring, completely admiring. Yeah, guys, come on. Let's have a positive outlook for everybody, especially look at your own lives. Many times you are making a lot of mistakes, yet you guys fight it out. I think we need to have this attitude. So, coming back to the screen over here, and this is the final game which is going on, Caruana versus Deac. In fact, Deac, incredible, 1 hour down from the opening, and actually managed to stay there with all those complexities, with all those sacrifices which Caruana actually made it with knight g5, g5. Yahan se the king was under attack, black king was immensely under pressure and all that, and finally the game is going towards the draw. Though today we had one decisive game, and over here after king f4 with 1 minute on the clock for Deac, this position, the pawn has reached a7, but this rook stops this. And what about rook f7 check over here? Because if you go here, then guys, it would be a lost endgame because of king takes and your king is cut off. So this would be a lost endgame here. The king would go in at the right time, or maybe go like this in case your rook is over here. But obviously check, the king has to go to e5. Very important to go to e5, because if takes, then the king reaches from behind to the pawn, and then you cannot stop losing it. So king e5, this has happened. In fact, this has happened. King takes e3. It's all happening. So this game is moving towards the draw, guys. This game is moving towards a draw. Martin says, I'm not an Indian, but I support Gukesh. He's under pressure since becoming the champion. Yeah, I think it's the point about a human brain is it is very easy to be negative, and generally people love to do easy things. Hard things are difficult, so we have to ignore, because once we discuss too much about that, then that is what is going to happen. So yeah, it's hard to be positive. So guys, do try the hard thing over here. Yes, king takes a7, king e4, and the game has ended in a draw. So that's the end of today, guys. Tomorrow we will be meeting at 6 o'clock. And tomorrow we will meet at 6 o'clock. Do come there. Let me just quickly show you the standings there. Today's standings were these. MVL, Pragg and Fabiano were on 3 points, and because all three of them have drawn their game, all three of them have moved to 3.5 points. Now because Alireza beat Gukesh, he joins the leaderboard and he reaches 3.5 points. So 4 people on 3.5. Then we have Deac, Wesley, Aronian on 3 points. And then we have Nodirbek and Duda on 2.5 points, and Gukesh is on 2 points. So that's how it is. Oof. Okay, so that. See you all tomorrow, guys. And baki to milte hai. Take care. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow is Wesley. Yeah, tomorrow's pairings I will just let you know. Tomorrow we have Pragg versus Firouzja. Oh, 2 leaders are playing. Duda versus Abdusattorov. No, Abdu versus Duda. Then we have Aronian versus Fabi, who is Aronian taking on another leader. We have Gukesh versus Wesley. Gukesh is white. Wesley in solid, like is playing solid in general. And Deac versus MVL. So Deac is facing another leader. But Alireza versus Praggnanandhaa looks like the pairing of the day. So come on time and see you. And tomorrow is the last day for summer camp, guys. All those who are in Mumbai, if you have not visited, do try to visit it. So yes, I have spoken about it, John, for people to be generally not be very negative in general. But in general, understanding about it's very hard to force somebody to how they should be, and it completely finally it is their choice. But one thing, something which really helped in our journey when we and Sagar have been reading a lot, understanding, and on our journey, that there are things which are inside of you, and whenever negativity comes out, if a question is asked that what is inside me that is making it come out, because there is something negative inside you. And if people understand that if they are able to remove it, their life will ease out, it will become better in every little sense. But the point is, it is a lot of hard work and effort to get to that attitude in general. To all the time point finger at yourself. Everyone is very used to point finger at others. So if we make it a habit that anything goes wrong, what is our fault? And then the kind of graph of growth which we can get is so huge, because the whole idea is constantly to transform yourself to be a better human being. And if this is something which people have to connect with. If they don't believe only that, okay, if having a positive attitude is going to help my life, forget about other people. So then there is a different thing. How can you convince them? But if people believe that positive thoughts are good for yourself, then I'm sure they will work hard, because I know for a fact that so many illnesses also, beat cancer or beat so many other illnesses, the whole thing over there, or even in science, if you have understood, the epigenetics is one thing. Everything is about how you can make yourself positive, how you can change it from within. It's not even a fake positivity, yeah, that you feel something different inside you and then you are saying something outside of you, external of you, but you actually feel positive from within. You actually feel like you want to motivate people, you want to encourage people around you, and for that, and that is what is coming out, and how it helps your own life is an experience. So yeah, so in general people will keep saying things, but I mean, come on, as a sportsman, people have this extreme level of fighting spirit, so that is not gonna get affected. And criticism is different, but people in general are very harsh and very what to say, sometimes are very negative, which is not needed. So yeah, and in general, that whenever they want to do something, whenever guys you are doing something, if you are doing everything perfect, then amazing, very proud of you, might be the rare people. But I hope that you are able to, whoever it is for that matter, it's at the end of it, not be negative about people. So yeah, and all those people who keep comparing, what we keep comparing between two people, two players, three players, it's complete, not even needed, because we never do that. It's all your mental stories. So maybe I'll address it only one time, because I don't need to address it again and again. But it feel free to think anything and everything. It's not going to impact us, because at least for us, we know what we are doing. We know we never do that, and we know what our intentions are. So in general, I just wish all of you to have a good attitude for yourself. If whatever it is outside, another thing, but for yourself, and trust me, your life will definitely ease out. So do think of it. And for now, take care, have a great night, wish you all beautiful dreams. Good night.